breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Right, it is Radio Generation, indeed, the People's Breakfast. The time right now is exactly 6 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and kama kawaida niko naye Siti Muga. Siti, good morning.
Good morning, Paul.
Leo kofia iko na rangi tofauti. Ya jana ilikuanga na rangi kadha wa kadha.
Iko kwa sababu
gani ndio hiyo tunasema?
Iko kofia tofauti.
Naam.
Yes.
Just how many of those things do you have? Because tomorrow I'm certain you'll come with a... Yesterday it had some red hues. Today it has yellow, blue, and so tomorrow it's going to be... Oh, there's also some green there.
So
yeah.
Question?
Tomorrow. Orange, maybe?
I do have orange, but I'm not going to wear orange.
Okay.
Orange is a little strong. It requires Friday.
So Friday tungoje orange.
No, unavana shati ya orange.
Okay.
Sasa uwe square vizuri.
Wow, nice, good stuff. Today is the 11th day of November, 2025.
2025.
Yeah.
2025s.
2025s or 5th, whichever way. I mean, at the end of the day, tunajua it's the year of our Lord. AD.
Mwaka si huu umeisha lakini.
Umeisha, imagine.
Bana.
I remember this when this year began. It didn't look like it would have much, but man, it has had a lot of drama. Sio elections za Tanzania, sio elections za Cameroon, sio maandamano huku Kenya, sio watu kushikwa Uganda. Like you can't even predict what is going to happen, for example, in 2026. But there are some things you really honestly cannot predict. Kama the kind of election process we had in Tanzania.
Bro, that thing is worthy of analysis before discussion.
Yes.
Why I say that is because as a Kenyan, you will look at the election through Kenyan election lenses.
Oh, yes.
And that is not how it rolls over there. No, it's very different. If you consider, for instance, that a former president, Jakaya Kikwete,
right,
who we are told retired, there's a little debate on the rank he was at. He was a lieutenant colonel. But he was a political educator at the military academy, the premier military academy.
Okay. And
what he was tutoring, subject matter yake, ilikuwa, okay, he had soldier duties and so forth, but as a politician, as a member of CCM, his job was to teach siasa.
Okay.
Chama.
Kuna watu wanafunzwa siasa katika jeshi huko Tanzania.
That's what he was there to teach.
Okay. Does that happen here as well in Kenya?
Okay, if you are to teach in Kenya, what politics will you be teaching?
I don't know, maybe just to be honest...
Political awareness, perhaps. Remember, I make that statement, then I take you back to the drawing board.
Okay.
Chama cha Mapinduzi is modeled along the lines of the Chinese Communist Party.
Yes, you told me that.
So party members tend to be more powerful and far more important than even ordinary government officials.
Yes.
When the neutral force, they say, the police are neutral, okay? But nothing stops them from being members of a party, but you're quiet about it.
Okay.
Okay? Now, what I'm saying is, if you understand the political history, then you understand that whatever occurred on election day in Tanzania was something none of them was prepared for.
Oh, yeah.
Just like we were not prepared for the Gen Z protests.
Again, like I said, this year, we had protests last year, yes, and then whatever happened. We didn't think would probably have maandamano mengine mwaka huu, and I don't think we expected them to go the way they did.
They didn't need to. Usually what they require is to be kick-started.
Yeah.
Then it is understood. Because the moment you have the maandamano, you have broken the Rubicon, meaning whatever it was that existed has been shattered. You have a new dispensation. You may not think so, but you actually do.
Yeah.
And the government actually understands it. I'm talking about ours.
Yeah.
And you can see the manner in which, when we had Evans Ogada here, we talked about the same thing. And he was saying, look, This isn't one of those situations where you're going to find that the government is fighting you on the streets. No, you just change the laws. The authoritarian playbook, the modern authoritarian playbook, understands that you coerce using the rule of law. You don't abrogate the rule of law, you make the rule of law coercive. Yes.
And right now, leaders in Tanzania are calling for dialogue, from the vice president calling for dialogue, saying that, guys, look, going forward, of course, we realize something needs to be done, and that thing, includes a conversation. So obviously dialogue.
Bro, do you have any idea the amount of pressure they're under?
Oh yeah, internationally and of course locally.
Even AU, even East African community, it is not small pressure.
Cause wamerukwa na karibu kila mtu kwa East Africa. All the way from SADC nations huko akina Botswana wamewaambia bro.
No.
South Africa called them out. And then of course the AU has called them out. We are having Kenya calling them out. So inafika mahali ranyi mnasema we. So internationally munakuwa kuna shida.
You know, we have a president who has a sense of humor.
Oh yeah.
Says, guys, this democracy thing 97%
kidogo hapo muli overstep. Hata kama ni kucheza, you can cook, just don't
bro, hata 6 utaulizwa you ulifikaje hapa, but it's possible. 97
you put too much spice in this. So anyway, internationally they're being called out. Something else we didn't anticipate, I never thought would ever happen, is the death of Baba. Hiyo kitu Buddha, hiyo it never in my wildest nightmares.
Has it sunk properly?
Well, I mean, like for example, I think it was yesterday.
Yes.
I usually do voice over work for XYZ.
Yes.
XYZ, the puppet show. And yesterday I stumbled upon a video we did a couple of months ago about Raila and the broad-based government, and how Raila has successfully, let me call it infiltrate, how Raila Odinga has successfully infiltrated every other government after the late Jomo Kenyatta. And the song is hilarious. I'll probably play for you later on.
Thank you.
Not the public, I'll play for you. CT. Yeah. So anyway, the point here is that is something that happened that we hadn't anticipated. Never thought of.
And also, we had not anticipated the outpouring of grief and the manifestation of loss. Completely.
Yeah.
Who would have, as my friend used to say, who would have thunk? Who would have thought that people would still be going to mourn the late Prime Minister?
Oh yeah.
To date.
So, things have happened and things will continue to happen. Today being 11th of November 2025, what happened today in history? The end of World War I in 1918. That is something significant that happened. An armistice was signed and fighting on the Western Front ceased at 11 a.m. on November 11th, 1918. This is generally considered the end of the war to end all wars.
You know, one of the things that I like about our relatives in that hemisphere is how they make their problem everybody's problem. It was a European war.
But suddenly the world was involved.
They dragged us. Well, they had colonies, and so they dragged their colonies into the war. World War II manifested it even better.
Yeah.
They had their, they used to have internal wars and then they'd go outside their boundaries. That's what they did. And every once in a while you had someone like Hitler who felt that Germany was small. He needed to add.
Expand his territory.
Essentially, he was doing empire building that people had been doing in the 1800s. He brought it into the 1900s. He was told where,
Utawacha
and again where,
Utawacha.
And here we are. America has been doing the same thing, poking in their fingers in everybody's business, and telling people how to jump.
No, I don't understand why. For instance, going back to the First and the Second World War, umekosana na whoever umekosana na yeye,
na hiyo shida yenu mazee imetoka mbali, lakini si yetu.
Nyinyi dealing na hiyo shida yenu.
But they always bring people in.
But now you call on your allies, to join you in attacking your enemy or defending you against your enemy.
Paul, the thing about allies was this: because they so constantly fought each other, wanazozana wao wenyewe kwa wenyewe, then wana extend. Those who are in leadership, because they are kingdoms, intermarried. So jamaa amemarry hapa, ametoka kingdom of Kambani, ameoa huko. So those are allies, wamesign nayo. Okay? So kingdom of the Ameru, wakileta shida, you go to your ally. So tayari you are involved in a fight which ilikuwa si yako. Na wao kwa sababu pia walikuwa na shida wakaintamari na wa Agikuyu, so wao pia wamevutwa. So hii vita ni kati yetu wawili. But look at the people we've involved now. Na ukiangalia hawa uta extend wao pia wako in relationship na the Ma community. Suddenly it becomes a regional war. It was never a regional war.
That is why I insist going forward, if it's possible, if say Kenya and Uganda have got a problem, instead of dragging our armies and families losing their providers and all that, to agree, Uganda, you bring your best fighter, Kenya bring your best fighter, muchuane, mwenye tashinda, the war is over, mwenye tashinda, winner takes all kind of situation. Lakini historia now, people have got to cross borders and others have got to die.
It is utter madness. It is utter madness, and usually it's because it's not the country that has quarreled. You will find it is two individuals who have disagreed. Two. Then the extended family gets involved. Now it starts expanding. You see, if you look at the ills that politicians commit in this country, we don't even need to give it much time. We'll ethnicize it for you. Hawa watu, it's one person. It's a quarrel between two people.
But it becomes
it's a community. It's a community issue.
It's wrong. It is wrong.
So we are, in that regard, we are not that different from these fellows who we now refer to as our in-laws from that other hemisphere.
The northern hemisphere.
Yes. Lakini wao ni wataalamu kwa kuzozana na kupigana.
Na wametambua kitu. City, tupatie methali.
Bado tuko wapi? Kipivade. If but and only if. Okay? You live by the river. This is what they're telling you. You should make friends with the crocodile.
If and only if you live by the river.
You only mean ndio nimeongeza.
Unajua hiyo story ya ku make friends with the crocodile, there's only one problem. That means that, okay, no problem. That means that you have to be friends with a bully if you want to be safe.
The crocodile doesn't bully you, it just eats you. And the crocodile, you need to be... The crocodile rarely comes into your compound to look for you. You have gone to its environs. That's where it will find you. Yes. Like these huge snakes, the anacondas, the pythons, you don't find them sort of like losing their way and getting in someone's compound. No. You take your goats to the river to drink water, they'll get one goat. That sort of thing. Yes, they'll get you also if you're not...
If you get too close.
Usually it's not close. Being close is not the problem. It needs to be hungry.
The only other animal that I've seen that encroaches onto human populated areas is the polar bear. I was watching a documentary some time back. They were saying that watu wenye wanaishi huko karibu na North Mali, hizo pia bears zinakaribia because of the trash that they keep. It attracts those animals because of the smell of the food, whether it's rotting or not.
But that's grizzly.
So inajipata huko hivyo.
No, the bear, that's a grizzly bear.
I think I saw the one about the polar bear.
The polar bear ni kule kwa baridi.
Ndio unasema huko nyonyeshu karibu na North Pole. Juu nakumbuka that environment was very icy.
Then it means hao watu wame encroach. This is what happens. We move into the habitats that these animals lived in.
Yes.
We clear forest ni kwao, by the way. Then unashangaa kwa nini wamekuja. Wewe ndio ulienda kwao, sio walikuja kwako.
So wakikuja wakianza kunusa hapo kwenu, kwa sababu wamekosa chakula huko.
They will, and you know why? Wewe ndio umeleta hiyo shida ya chakula. Because you probably taken the food they used to eat.
Yes.
Or disturbed that ecosystem.
Yes.
We human beings are a destructive lot.
Let's check out what's happening on our socials. You can let us know where you're watching through, whether it's on Facebook, on Twitter, on Twitch, wherever. We shall definitely give you a shout out. So, as we get down to business, a big shout out to John Mutua Besema Qatar. We are tuned. We are tuned here, Military Medical City Hospital. I'm listening to my lovely show from Chef John. Thanks, Chef. Big Daddy Cool. Hello, all the way from Perth. Thank you. Then we have president versus president. Exactly, Atticus. Na Atticus amekusalimia mimi nikwambia hello city.
Hello.
So you bring your best fighter and we bring our best fighter and then mujuane huko. This spending of millions and sometimes even billions of dollars or shillings in a war that doesn't help anyone, surely. For why? Kama president wenyu na president wako na shida, wajuane huko, watandikane, alafu sisi tukitandikwa to submit, na nyinyi mkitandikwa pia fanya nini? Msubmit.
If only it were that simple.
Yeah, but it happens in the movies, so I'm kind of hoping that whatever happens in the movies will happen in real life.
The movies where that happened were those old movies. Like where during the Peloponnesian Wars, or when what are the Spartans were fighting against the Greeks or whoever was
the Persians,
vitu kama hizo. Then unakuta watu wametuangana, wamesema pana wewe leta mtu wako. Don't remember biblically, where do you think the story of David and Goliath ilitokea? Jamaa mazee walikuwa nasumbua watu sana. See, Goliath has been known as Goliath. Okay?
Nyinyi mnamtanga Goliath.
Si imeandikwa hivyo.
Okay. So Goliath akakuja.
Goliath vile alivyokuja, mzee jamaa alikuwa na unaona mzee we are done for. So jamaa anakuja, hoja akushtuka sana. Akasema kwanza hizi mavazi ni shida. Nzito sana hizo songa. You can't move in this arm. Now, that's the story. Two fighters. The challenge had been bring your own fighter. Huko kwingine. Mimi sikuja hapa kufa. You are going to war and you think huko kufa.
My friend, it is the very definition
hapo
of your job.
That's where death inakujaga karibu. Anyway, so these are stories that we've read. So the point you make is a valid one. Nafikaga mahali wanasema have you ever watched this movie Troy?
I have watched Troy. Brad Pitt.
Remember yule Pitt yule. His name is Pitt, si ndio?
Brad Pitt.
Brad ndio jina yake na Pitt ndio ingine.
Yes.
Sio Pitt Brad.
No.
Na sio Bradley Pitt.
No. It's Brad Pitt.
Sawa.
I'll give you the full cast of that movie. Awesome movie indeed.
Uliona hiyo movie?
Yeah, I watched that movie.
Sawa.
Lissu's treason trial delayed again over court safety concerns. Yeah? So now, the treason trial of Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu has been postponed once more, with prosecutors citing safety risks in Dar es Salaam and the inability of witnesses from Ruvuma and Mbeya to travel. The delay prevents the court from hearing the fourth prosecution witness as initially scheduled. Chadema, Lissu's political party, confirmed on Monday that the proceedings could not continue, marking the second adjournment after a similar postponement on November 3rd caused by security complications. During the hearing, State Counsel Thawabu Issa told the High Court that the Prisons Department could not present Lissu as the officer in charge at Ukonga Prison raised concerns about his safety. The prosecution also explained that witnesses from Ruvuma and Mbeya were unable to attend court for the same reason. So here in Kenya, we have these digital courts going on, whereby you can have your case listened to, and actually from beginning to end via let me call it via Zoom.
Believe me, it works beautifully.
Yeah,
I have attended such court myself.
Me too.
It is amazing.
Yeah,
it is truly amazing.
It is, and I'm asking again, we are in 2025, guys. Fine, we understand that Tanzania right now things are not okay, lakini si mnaweza fanya tu online meeting kama wanafunzi wanasoma degree mzima online. Yeah, na zaidi ni kitu imeanza saa hizi. People started doing online tuition actually since before COVID. Since before COVID, people have been having, there's this thing about in legal spheres wanasemanga justice delayed is justice denied.
Wanasemaga hivyo.
Ndio.
Tena wanasemaga hivyo na bidii sana.
Sasa hii ya Tundu Lissu haingefanyika online?
I think as they say it's complicated.
No, I don't think, because now they've said that it delayed again on November 3rd.
Wewe kuna kitu unajua ambayo mimi sijui.
Bro, hii kitu ni kufanya hivi. Si Tundu Lissu tuseme ako committee prison. So committee, I'm sure they can get Wi-Fi connectivity. At the very least, if they do not have a laptop, I'm sure there's someone there who has a phone, a smartphone. At the very least, hata kama ni kale ka Infinix ka 13,000, connect it to the Wi-Fi or to the internet. Just buy some bundles. Yeah, MTN wako Tanzania. Buy some bundles. Stream that thing.
So, should I recommend who advise our president wa huko?
Not the president wa huko, judiciary ya huko. Unaweza ni recommend, yes.
Who advisor? Mwambie tu wazee. Hii inafanya waga hivi. Yes.
Natuuliza Tundulisu huko sawa tukufanya online. The state, are you okay we do this online? Yeah. Do I have to be physically there for this case to be heard? No.
Don't you think there's a reason why it isn't as you say? Because it's not as though they don't understand.
What could be the reason?
I wouldn't know. If I knew, I would take the advisor's job myself instead of recommending you.
Wanasemanga akili ni nywele. Mimi zangu nilinyoa juzi. Jaribu kutumia zako hujanyoa bado. No, but on a serious note, why are they not why is it so difficult to just...
Let me tell you something, my brother.
And in Tanzania, actually now I'm beginning, as you tell me, I'm beginning to ask myself, in Tanzania, do they actually have situations whereby, and forget the Chadema one, do they have other cases where they actually listen to people online? You are saying?
When you have a party that has a sort of stranglehold that CCM has on Tanzania,
yeah,
things move at the pace the party wants them to move. And when I say things move, I mean everything
moves at the speed of CCM.
Everything. Literally. Okay? So, if they want it to move, it'll move.
Yeah.
And the problem with parties of that nature that has been there since independence, well, till 1977 really, is that the people who probably at the helm tend to be old.
Yeah.
People who are around my age and older. And we are resistant to change. And we live in the past. Don't you know what the party has done for you all these years? Huh? How dare you question the party?
Na ndio maana watu wanakasirika, especially, and that is why you will see what we saw during election day, because it gets to a point people start asking themselves, exactly what has this party done?
Yeah, you've done things. Fine, tell us.
What exactly is it that you have done?
Since, tell us. Yes, because I'm saying a long time ago.
Yeah.
Huh? We've had various presidents, that one we get. But what have you done exactly? Comes tricky, man.
Maswala nyeti.
Sindivo na wamejileta wao maswala hayo.
President William Ruto has mourned the death of celebrated gospel musician Beatrice Wairimu Mbugua, popularly known as Betty Bayo, describing her as an extraordinary artist whose voice inspired hope and faith among Kenyans. In a message of condolence, President Ruto and Betty's music... In a message of condolence, President Ruto said Betty's music touched countless lives and carried messages of strength, healing, and perseverance. He described her breakthrough hit 11th Hour as a powerful anthem of divine intervention that inspired many people to remain hopeful even in their darkest moments. For more than 15 years, Betty Bayo's songs defined the gospel scene in Kenya. Her music often centered on themes of resilience, faith, and renewal, and they resonated deeply with audiences across the country and beyond. The president said Betty Bayo's message of endurance and unshakable belief in God's timing will continue to inspire generations. He added that while her voice has fallen silent, her impact will continue to be felt through her music and the lives she touched. So she passed on yesterday at Kenyatta National Hospital, and she was being treated for cancer. She is the ex-wife of...
Ex?
Yeah, she's an ex-wife. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I guess she moved on after she divorced or separated from Kanyari. You remember Kanyari? Prophet Kanyari? Jamaa kuna wakati aliexposewa na jicho pevu.
No, I remember that gentleman who flashy fellow.
Yes.
Yes, had an accident and tried to run away from the scene of the accident.
That's a different one. That's a different one. Unless also this one was involved.
I'm just thinking through. I'm thinking aloud. And he was one of these prosperity gospel preachers.
Yes, actually, yes, he is. And also, you remember 310? Jamaa alikuwa anasema utume 310 na utabarikiwa.
That's prosperity gospel.
Ndio hiyo sasa, ndio na yes, nakubaliana na wewe. When you say prosperity, I remember the 310. And also you remember there's a time he was exposed on Jishopevu. Alikuwa anafanya miracles. Kwa mfano anakuombea then pins come out of your feet. Alikuwa anakuosha miguu then anatoa pins from your feet.
What I loved about
and blood.
The thing that such fellows do, the thing that really I used to marvel at, somebody advertises, not necessarily this particular individual, come for the 10 o'clock service and receive your miracle.
Oh yeah.
So, why must I come? Why don't you just post it to me? I'm going to remember pepe.
Huyu jamaa alikuwa anauza mpaka holy water.
Hako peke yake.
Anointed oil.
But let me tell you something which is strange. Well, what people believe. Mi nilienda pilgrimage Israel before history mingi.
Good for you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to go there as well, but yeah.
Sasa, what amazed me was the number of people I was with who wanted me to help them carry water. You're allowed to carry water from River Jordan.
Yep.
Mimi sikubeba mzigo kubwa. Ni bag ndogo namna hii. So somebody gives them like 4 liters of water to carry. So I asked them, what are you going to do with this water?
It's holy water.
I said, holy how? It's water. I said, no, it's from Israel. I said, emergency yangu. Kuna shida. As long as they allow me to travel with it, nitakubebea tu. Kuna shida. But, and these are devout Christians, not hivi. Wameshikilia. Biblia vizuri, wameshikilia dini vizuri.
Naam.
Na vigogo kwenye kanisa. Somebody, you see, it doesn't detract from your faith, but it's water.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, so Betty Bayo amekapitia and by the time she was separating from her ex-husband, that is now, I have a problem calling him Prophet Kanyari.
Just call him Kanyari. You will still go to heaven if you go
to Prophet. I have a problem
with the prophet.
I have a problem, bro. Mimi nakuanga na shida ya kusema vitu zenye siamini. But yeah, so anyway, Betty Bayo passed on yesterday and may she rest in peace. She has left behind I know of her daughter. I don't know if she has other children, but I know of her daughter. Very active on social media, very active on YouTube, my friend. If you've watched her, there's a time I stumbled upon her videos and I watched one after the other. And she was actually hanging out with her dad and her stepdad. They were having a lot of fun. Like there's a time she was telling when her dad, that is now Kanyari, met her stepdad, akamwambia, Papa, I thought you were going to fight. And that video has stuck with me because the way Kanyari reacted to that video and that question rather, it was quite an interesting scene. Yeah, so tunasema Manzejo, this is bad. I mean, again, like I said, some of the things that have happened this year, we didn't expect one of the headlines we're going to be reading anytime soon is that of Betty Bayo. And it brought to my mind memories of other gospel artists, female artists. Kuna ule mama alikuwa anaimba Kuna Dawa. Alikuwa anaitwa Esther Wahome. Yes. Esther Wahome alienda wapi?
I don't know.
Hapa tunaanza kukumbuka watu wakishaanza kuenda mbinguni, ndio tuanze kukumbuka by the way kulikuanga na jamaa fulani ama kulikuanga na madam fulani. We need to see and we need to follow up on them and know what they're up to nowadays. Anyway, I want us to check out the traffic and see where you might be stuck. Lakini chances are mali huko saizi tu shida ya mali iko ni probably mali ilikuanga tu jana. Si mnajua tu traffic ya Nairobi haikuangi different sana.
Traffic.
Ngong Road, no complaints coming through at this particular hour, but the road is looking clear. At the moment, we have Raila Odinga Way also looking good at this particular minute. I'm looking at the Southern Bypass, also no complaints coming through. Langata Road, also no complaints. Southern Bypass, no problem over there. Mombasa Road, also no wahala whatsoever. Today, Airport North Road is actually looking good. Let me just refresh this. This is unbelievable. Yeah, Airport North, imagine it's looking clear. Is it a public holiday? Should I know something about this day? Oh, mashule zimefungwa. That's why we do not have traffic on this. But yesterday there was a little bit of traffic here, so I'm wondering what's different today. Okay, so the Eastern Bypass is looking good. Jogoo Road also looking good. Let me zoom out and check out Mombasa. Mwambaji mnasema nini kule Mombasa. Nikiangalia barabara kutoka kule Mtwapa hamna shida yote. Shanzu Tange mkielekea Bamburi hamna shida. Bombolulu pale pia hakuna shida yoyote. Kisauni pia no complaints. Kongowea Market hamna. Mkiingia pale katika island ya Mwabadha kama vile our brothers from Central wanasemanga hamna shida yote. Sehemu za kule Abdel Nasser Road ndio naona kidogo kuna a little bit of a red line, so that means that you guys are not moving. This is the intersect at Malim Juma Mohammed Road where you meet Abdel Nasser, a little bit of traffic. Sheikh Abdullah hamna shida yote. Faza Road Mwembe tayari kote kuko sawa sawa. Dedan Kimathi Avenue hamna shida. Archbishop Makarios pia inakaa iko sawa. Chef or rather Chief Ali bin Nam pia kule hiyo barabara na iko sawa. Mwe Avenue yote iko sawa sawa. Chochote pale barabarani mnadhani tunafaa kujua, tafadhali longa nasi katika mitandao yetu na tutaweza kuwajulisha wenzenu.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Sirimuga.
Yes.
Daily Nation wanasema hivi, why Trump's deputy won't be coming to Kenya. That story is on page 8. So Vice President Vance was said to come to the country, but they won't come because President Trump has said no official should attend that G8 summit in South Africa. So you can get the whole scoop on page 8. Probably we shall read it later on.
It's nice being a president, isn't it? Pity is only 4 years. After that, you're an ordinary citizen.
Oh, yeah.
And he will sit and watch as all these things he has been doing unfold. Yes.
Double loss as Bishop Sulumeti and gospel singer Bayo succumbed to illness. Again, page 3 has the full scoop on those gospel folks. Then the main headline says, teachers split over Shah medical cover. The story is on page 4 and 5. Now, we read this one yesterday. Just hours after top officials of Teachers Union signed a deal with the government to migrate the medical insurance scheme of over 400,000 members to the Social Health Authority, a section of tutors have expressed displeasure, citing a lack of public participation. Primary school heads attending their annual meeting in Mombasa termed the transition rushed and opaque and warned of a backlash in the upcoming union elections. So wadosi wenye wanaenda wanasema kitu moja, nyinyi mnakuja mnawaambia ati ati mlienda mka negotiate nini? Mulituliza. Bra. Wildlife relocated after takeover of expansive ranch. You can see a giraffe here being hauled into some kind of truck. Where they are taking it, well, you can get the whole scoop on page 12.
I told you. Relocation.
But inapelekwa wapi? Police hiring stopped by the courts again. So the High Court yesterday suspended the planned recruitment of police constables following a public interest petition challenging its legality. I was watching CS Murkomen yesterday in the news, and he was saying that this time round, it will not have any corruption.
What will not
the recruitment. And he told people, he told the communities where the recruitment is going to be happening, that guys, be vigilant. Mkiona mtu anakaa unscrupulous ni kama anataka kuchukua pesa yenu, mreport that guy immediate.
Mr. CS, you've missed the point. It is these folks you're talking to who look for people to give money.
Yeah. They are the ones who want to...
They want their kith and kin to be employed. They are the ones who look for people to give money to. Not the other way around. The recruiters don't sit and say, that's the pay bill number, pay money over there. No, they go about their business. It is the people who want their kith and kin employed who will look for people to give money to. Yes, that's how it works.
So what you're telling the community is to report themselves.
The community will not report themselves. Yes.
Because constable, or rather recruiter movie is just seated in an office somewhere.
Recruiter movie is with 10 others. Recruiter CT is with him and others.
And then someone walks
what
in.
They do.
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't. The person who walks in is known to recruiter CT. Okay, and they whisper something and they want to talk.
Yeah.
Says niko na watu tano na tuliambiwa that the going rate is 200k
per head.
Yes. So hii bag ambao iko hapa chini
iko na 1 million.
Yes. So nimeambiwa that is how
we do this.
Yes.
Yeah. Shika majina ndio hizi.
Yes. Na majina ziko ndani ya bag.
So wakikuja tu
So is that okay?
Yeah.
Then nasema hiyo ni sawa. Yes.
But pia recruiter CT anasema but unajua kuna pale pia mbuvi kidogo ndio tuharakisha hii process lazima utamuongeza yake ya macho ifike 300.
Tafadhali, kwa bila hiyo haitasonga. Hizi zingine tutaganyia wale wengine.
Lakini sasa ya mbuvi
specifically because yeye
ndiye anaamua.
Ndio signature yake
inahitajika. So bila yeye hata tukiamua sisi huku nyuma, bila yeye hii kitu haiendi mahali.
Now you see, and then there's somebody else who has come to Mbuvi and says same story.
And then Mbuvi tells him iko sawa, lakini CT ndio anasainingi kitu.
So
mimi nitapitisha.
In fact mimi hata sitagusa. Hii ni hao wenzangu. Wewe tumejuana kwa muda mrefu. Mimi but ni vile watu wanafanya kazi hapa.
Lakini sasa ndio ifikie CT.
Yes,
lazima uongeze
3 so that ndio event. Because bila signature yake haisongi. Now so who exactly is the CS addressing?
So the CS is addressing the person who's talking to CT and Mbuvi. Telling that person to report CT and Mbuvi.
And that person has crowdfunded for this. The parent who wants the child or children has solicited and has been told, look, if you add another 50, then
it's a done deal.
Yes, and not only that, when he graduates from Kiganjo, he'll be taken to traffic
police.
Yes, okay. So pesa itarudi within 3 months. Yes, so you don't have to worry. 6 + 3, 9 months.
Watu wanaenda kwa wanauza ng'ombe, mbuzi.
Yes.
Wengine wanajiuza.
So once again, who is the CS talking to?
You could have seen him talking.
I saw him talking.
Telling people to report.
He's been talking about these things for quite some time.
Yeah.
But it is a job. He has a job to do. It's important that he says those things. Corruption will not end by talking about it.
No. It will end when you take action.
Yes, and you put in systems that guarantee that things work in a particular way. Talking. The crowd, I'm certain, were entertained and they said, hata minister ameongea mzuri sana. It's good. Hii ni mzuri.
All right. On the Standard front page, principles from hell. So there's a letter here written by a teacher asking time off or time away or resigning actually because I think it's I'm not sure if it's a he or a she, but this particular person had a disease and they needed time to go and recover and recuperate, and then they were let go bila story mingi. So they say that corruption, entrenched tribalism, high-handedness and biased promotions have become familiar ills in schools. Strikingly, these malpractices are not introduced by junior staff or students, but by those entrusted with running the institutions. These are the people responsible for shaping the character of our children. Revelations by teachers who have endured the excesses of their superiors, whether online or through the media, often read like chapters from the fictional books some of them teach in literature class. Story is on page 4 and 5 of the Standard. Defiant Van Dijk says Liverpool up for the fight despite Man City's statement win. Yeah, we'll talk about sports at a different time, but things are looking bad for Liverpool. City, over to you.
Right. The East African. Zoran Kwame Mamdani, best gift to New York by Uganda. I love our people, man. Love our people. They said the same of Obama. Kenya's gift to the US. All right. Money. Kenya tea farmers pleas to the state. Help us save 80 million Iran and Sudan markets. Clearer calls in Addis for Safaricom Telco narrows losses in Ethiopia by 53%. Outlook. Why mediation has failed in Sudan war. No agreement on the political design after ceasefire. Anyway. Isn't Golding from your village? Generally sees scenes, this is an opinion.
Yeah.
Op-ed sees scenes from Lord of the Flies in Tanzania. If you've read Lord of the Flies, then you will know what he's talking about.
I have not read, so I have no idea.
That is fine. Having no idea is also a position. So when you have an idea, you'll have now taken another position.
Okay.
5 billion EACOP funding sewn up. Project sponsors deploy mix of shareholders' equity, commercial loans to secure financing for the regional pipeline. Okay? False start. EAC slips back to trade deficit. Trade balance fluctuated from a surplus of $416 million to a deficit of 974 million, blamed on Trump's tariffs drop in China exports. Bang in the middle of the East African region, reels from Dar port pile up. The crisis in Tanzania disrupted East Africa's supply chains, led to congested ports and millions of dollars in losses in economies. Tanzania sneeze and East Africa caught a cold. Business Daily. Naivas profits rebound to 2.42 billion amid expansion. Supermarket chain Naivas net profit for the year to June surged 43.3%. That's very good. The growth in net profit was 1.68 billion, posted in the previous similar period when it fell by 18%. Good for you, Naivas. Dealers invest 1.4 billion in China SUV assembly. Paltry 4% of Kenyans can afford mortgage of the 10 million. That is absolutely true, only 4%. NSE stock price boom fails to draw new investors. Investors, little change in the 1.3 million despite rally, meaning rally, buy, nobody's buying, like that. And how once Sleepy Canal became a real estate magnet. Canal ile kutoka Thika unaenda your canal, so petrol station.
Yep.
Your canal
Kobil.
But you know,
excuse me, unaitangwa Rubis.
Yes, no, not the firm. I'm talking about the place.
Oh, okay.
Kutoka Thika.
Yeah.
There was a canal petrol station, that's what it was called, canal.
Yeah, was indeed.
That junction. So
Naijua.
Very good. Let's review NCIC's intergenerational conversions as a model of how to bring Kenyans together. That is by a gentleman called Mike Eldon.
Conversions or conversations?
What did I say?
You've said conversions.
I am sorry. I read wrongly. It is conversations.
All right.
Yes.
I'm actually hosting that podcast.
Wewe una host podcast. Okay. Na inakujaga na invitation ya pesa ngapi?
Inategemea unataka kulipa na dollars ama ungependa kulipa na British pounds.
Hii accent mzee ambao umeomba na expire sangapi?
Bro, ile siku nitajua kuongea na accent ya kutoka kule nini? Kunaitwa nini German? Ndio mtanijua.
Bado hujashika?
Bado ya Germany nimeshindwa kidogo.
Utashika?
Nitashika tu pole.
Kama unaweza kushika ile Urusi? Utashika.
Yep. Yes. As you read the next one, Teresia Mudhoni on YouTube anasema good morning Esther Wahome, kuna dawa, she's much okay and growing more young. Just few months ago, not to 3 months, even she celebrated her 50th birthday and she looks so young, like it's like in 30s.
Ametoka 50.
Basically anaka she celebrated 50 years but she looks like she's just gotten into her 30s, according to Teresia Modoni. Teresia is saying tuned live from Dubai. Good God bless you, good morning. So good morning, City.
God bless you too and good morning to you.
Yes, thank you Teresia for that update on Esther Wahome. Yeah, Nobert Ward anasema good morning Mbuvi and Uncle City. Nobert is your nephew? Huh?
And you are my auntie.
Okay. Continue.
I'm looking. No. Let me look at something.
Right.
Caught my eye earlier on in the East African.
I know, sister, your microphone.
Let me look for something that caught my eye.
Yes.
In the East African.
Right.
There is a page here that in these Africans on page 2, they're called newsmakers. Rani Mamdani, the state assemblyman who was born in Uganda, has been elected the 11th mayor of New York and pledged to make the city more affordable for its working class residents, who, by the way, are the majority. Change is with us.
Yeah.
It's not the season of change, it's the waves of change. I read this yesterday. No, I read it to myself.
Yeah.
Khalid El Enani, former Egyptian Minister for Tourism and Antiquities, secured an overwhelming 172 votes out of 174 at the General Conference held in Samarkand to be appointed as UNESCO's Director General. Okay?
Good for him.
Right. Nancy Pelosi, the Democrat who became the first woman to serve as Speaker of the House and led her party in the lower chamber of Congress in the year 2003 to 20 years, bro. 2003 to 2020, has announced a retirement from Congress. She said, Congress and myself, Quisa. Paul Pat, the Federation of Uganda Football Association, has extended the contract of national football team coach until 2028. Put has previously managed teams such as Burkina Faso, Guinea, and Kenya. Certain Beauty, that's his name. Paul Biya, Cameroon long-time leader, has been sworn in for the new 7-year term following his victory in last month's presidential election, which his opposition rival described as a constitutional coup. Right, 92.
I know I'm laughing at them, but I'm not laughing at them. I'm just laughing at the situation.
Right. Elon Musk, Tesla shareholding approved. What am I reading this morning? The shareholders approved a pay package that could make him already the world's richest person, the world's first dollar trillionaire.
Yes, he was paid $1 trillion by Tesla. That is Elon Musk.
Let me ask.
The richest man on earth is now unreachable.
Let me ask you. He owns this company, doesn't he?
He holds majority shares. So
essentially he paid himself.
No, he doesn't earn a salary at all at Tesla.
No, there's $1 trillion. See, he was given.
Yes, he was given as a gift.
There's no such thing.
Yes. Okay. Let me tell you how it is at Tesla. Tesla was opened some time back by someone. Then Elon, at one point, I can't remember the dates exactly, but a couple of years ago, probably a decade or more, he came in and because he saw the company was failing, he invested. Tesla, how they started, they used to take vehicles and then convert them into, they would take combustible engine vehicles, internal combustion engine vehicles called ICE, and he would convert them to electric vehicles. That company would convert them to electric vehicles. So what he did, he came and saw the idea and he said, you know what, guys, I think there's a future in this. Let me invest X amount of money. So he poured in money into that company.
And where did he get the money to pour into this?
From his other investments.
He had other businesses.
Yes. He has been a tech guy all his life. This is now Elon Musk. He has done several startups and then sold them off. And in the process of selling them off, he gained money and equity in those particular companies as they went on. So with time, he had lots and lots of money. Then he started this company called SpaceX. Kwenda kule kwa space.
Oh, he's the guy who made some space thing which could take him to
Mars.
Right, this is the guy.
This is the guy.
Right.
But there are several guys on that, several billionaires. So there's him, there's Jeff Bezos, and then there's the British billionaire. He's called what? Benson someone. Sir Richard
Branson. This guy of Virgin Airlines.
Yeah, that guy.
Now Branson has been around for some time. We know.
Yeah.
What does Bezos do?
Who? Bezos? Bezos is the owner of Amazon.
Oh,
yes,
that's him.
Yes, the delivery service.
Right.
And also Amazon. Amazon has got web services, so it's called AWS.
Yes.
And Amazon now is also, having a space program. So all these billionaires.
So they even have movies.
Yes. They have the channel, the platform is called Prime Video. It's the same platform. It is a similar platform such as Netflix and others that have come up.
So Amazon has Netflix?
No. Okay, Amazon has got Prime Video, which is another version of Netflix.
Netflix went beyond just being the name of that company.
It became a platform.
Yes, exactly.
It became a group name of those things.
Yes. For the longest time, for instance, vehicles that ferry passengers and which have a capacity of say 14 were called Nissan. Okay. Even when Toyota had vehicles plying that route from Thika to town, they were still called Nissan.
Nikweli.
So when you say Nissan, you mean a certain type of vehicle.
Yes.
You're not referring to make.
Okay.
So Amazon have Netflix.
Yes. And their Netflix is called crime video.
Now, see you.
Yes.
You are a fast learner, sir.
I am indeed.
Yes.
So anyway, back now to Elon Musk. So over time, he amassed a lot of wealth. Then now they started creating, Tesla now started creating its own original vehicles.
Their own.
Original, yes.
None of this sprucing up somebody else's vehicle.
Si kuchukua gari ya mtu kutoa engine na kuweka ya stima.
Unaka yako.
Wakaanza kutengeneza gari zao. So eventually this guy has become extremely rich.
Are these the guys who have made cars which can drive themselves?
Yes. Yes, they are called autonomous vehicles. So long story short,
They're dangerous.
Yeah. So long story short, Elon is a self-made billionaire. He
Once
doesn't.
again, there's no such thing, but go on.
Yeah. So he does. See, that's I'm using the terms they use on Forbes and the Times magazine.
Yes, and I'm telling you, there's no such thing, but go on.
It is wacha nimalize story.
I'm just sprucing up the story, guy.
Ndio niache kubit around the bush. Wacha nimalize story.
No, it's not that.
Yeah.
I'm not making a statement. I'm just interjecting. That's not possible. Tuendelee.
All right.
You're supposed to get the cue and just continue.
Thank you.
Yes.
So he doesn't earn a salary at Tesla.
Okay.
But he has equity because he invested in shares.
Yes. Yeye ni shareholder.
Yeye ni shareholder, but
Yes.
he's the largest shareholder.
Yeye ni large shareholder.
So ikafika wakati wakamwambia, by the bro, najua umesaidia kampuni sana na hujakuwa ukilipwa mshahara.
Right.
So sisi kama board
Yes.
tumeona tukureward.
You as the largest shareholder.
Yes. You know he's the one who owns X, formerly Twitter.
Is he also on that board?
Of X.
No.
Of Twitter.
Yeah. Is he on the board of Tesla?
Or the board that
Yes.
awarded him the money?
Yes.
Of course, being a shareholder,
Right.
you're the largest.
Okay,
So yes,
okay, let's
you're
go
in the
back
board.
to what I said earlier on. So he has paid himself 1 trillion.
So the board has decided to pay one of their own board members $1 trillion US dollars as a payout. Zile za, bro, good job. Your influence, your akili, hapa wewe ndio.
Omwambia zile well played.
Shika you $1 trillion, bro.
Right.
So he is the world's first trillionaire. But he was going to get there even without this payout.
Me, I'm not sure he's the world's first trillionaire.
There's someone who is said to be also a trillionaire chini ya maji.
Let me tell you.
President Vladimir Putin.
There are people who forget Putin. There are people who do business in places like India, places like China, where population is 1 billion.
Oh, yeah.
Being a trillionaire is not hard.
But tukisema yule wenye
But they don't subscribe to Forbes.
But sasa wenye Forbes wanasema trillionaire.
Who owns Forbes?
I honestly don't know.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing for you. Jamani tu
Elon Musk.
Well
Yeah.
Sawa kabisa.
But kuna jamaa wanasemanga huyu jamaa alikuwa trillionaire ages ago before hata tujue kuna pesa kama trillion. Ajulikana kama president wa Russia.
So why don't we give him another? Let's not call him a trillionaire. Let's call him something else.
Yeah, because Forbes really can't pinpoint everything that he owns in his country and without his country. Do we say within and without? But yeah, outside his country, they are saying that this guy is actually well worth over $1 trillion
US dollars. Right.
Yeah.
And when it does, what's going to happen to that money?
Yeah, there's an advert here in the Daily Nation on page 9, and it's Judicial Service Commission, Republic of Kenya interviews notice judges of the Court of Appeal, High Court, and Environment and Land Court. So reference is made to the advertisement on 9th June 2025 for the following positions: judges of the High Court, judges of the Court of Appeal, 15 posts. Then there is judges of the High Court, 20 posts, and then judges of the Environment and Land Court, 10 posts. It is notified for general information that the Judicial Service Commission will be conducting interviews for the 3 positions from 12th January, that is tomorrow.
For judges?
For judges.
Have you applied?
Personally, I have not. So the reason I'm reading this is because, number one, I thought for you to be a judge, there's a specific school for judges you go.
And what did you discover?
That you go to the Kawaida Law School, then you go through Kenya School of Law, then you become a lawyer, stroke advocate, stroke attorney. Then from that group, you can be chosen to be a judge.
Actually, no. There are 2 parts. One, well, 3.
Yeah.
But one, you can become a magistrate.
Yes.
And rise up the ranks. resident magistrate, chief magistrate, then you can become a judge if you follow that trajectory.
Yes.
But in recent years, because we realized that perhaps there was need to have more judges, people who had served in the judiciary for probably over 10 years, and it was said had a good reputation, were nominated or were asked to stand. You were among the group of people who were asked to apply. You were approached and said, we'd like this to happen, or you were told, look, we've decided to ask you to join.
So who is this who's asking you? JSC?
I'm not certain whether it was a JSC or whether it was the convocation of these lawyers, the group that judges fall under. They have their own caucuses and so forth. I'm not certain of the process. But I know there are many people who are in private practice who have become judges over time. I also know the people who are in private practice who has to become judges and declined. All right? If you look at our current CJ and the trajectory of her work, she was in civil society for a long time. She became a judge. Went to the Court of Appeal. Once you're in the Court of Appeal, then you're eligible for, okay? Look at all those judges, right? But they had to start somewhere. Okay? If you look at Supreme Court Judge Njoki, I do not think she practiced very long even as a magistrate.
Because I remember she was an MP, nominated actually.
Yes.
Then the next time I saw Justice Njoki, she was at the Supreme Court.
Yes, she studied law. Now, if you look at, say Justice Ibrahim Mohammed, he was in private practice.
Okay.
He was also appointed as judge. Rose up the ranks. He's now a Supreme Court judge. Okay. Then there are people like Ouko. He was in mainstream. He was in the bench. Rose up. Finally ended up there.
Okay.
So there are people who follow that particular trajectory. All right. If you look at Smoking Wanjala as well, Smoking Wanjala was a lecturer. Yes. He was a director in the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, whatever it was called then. And
suddenly, poof,
he was eligible. If you look at the first Chief Justice, there's no story or history of him ever becoming a judge, but he was a renowned scholar, a professor of law, and so he was appointed.
You know, like I said, I thought
Jackson Ojuang, who was there before him, was a professor of law. Yes.
Mimi nilidhani again, and nilikuja kujua that kuna tofauti when I joined university. Otherwise, my entire life in high school, I thought kuna shule specific ya kukua judge. So when others are studying, like for example, if you go to the Kenyatta University School of Law, so when others are studying to become lawyers, you apply to study to become a judge. To become a judge. That's what I thought.
What they have then done over time, they actually have a school, a specific school, a judiciary school, that helps spruce up people's knowledge, gives you periodical input so that you're up to date on your skills for performing the tasks that are before you.
All right, big shout out to Norbert Owor. Amesema Raila is baba, City is uncle. City is uncle. Okay. Then he goes on to say uncle leo ako fiery. And you uko fire, umewaka moto. You're on fire. Then we do have our very good brother Okwa Simiti CKS. This is Mr. Kitui. I remember that K stands for Kitui if I'm not wrong. Amesema City, your efforts to spruce up were so extreme that they seemed to be spoiling the party and actually directed awkward attention of flow towards a harassed movie. But I love you guys. No, I wasn't harassed, Mr. Simiti. Usijali. Mimi na City lazima tusumbuane. And we do it for comic effect. I hope you guys actually enjoyed. All right. Then we also do have I think I've said salamu zote za leo asubuhi. So keep on telling us where you're tuned in from. That is on Radio Generation across all platforms, at Radio Gen KE across social media handles. You can also find us on YouTube at Radio Generation Kenya, and we are live, by the way, on Facebook as well at Radio Generation Kenya. On X we are live as well, pale unatupata at Radio Gen KE, where you will get to see us live and direct. I've said that Sitili amekuja na kofia, very interesting. So if you want to see that kofia, well, now you know where to find us. Right now though, we get into the news with one Winnie Maganga, and then when we return, we're talking about KJ SEA, the examination. Has it happened? And what exactly is happening on that front?
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine, pumping.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Nairobi court has declined to release the passport of IT expert and social media commentator Ndiangui Kenyagia, who's under active investigation over undisclosed offences. The court heard that documents seized from Kenyagia, including his passport and yellow fever card, are part of ongoing investigations. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions is considering possible charges against him. Prosecutors opposed the request for the release of the travel documents, arguing that doing so could jeopardize the integrity of the probe. A Nairobi woman, Ruth Wamboi Kimani, has been charged at Milimani Law Courts for allegedly conspiring to defraud businesswoman Agnes Kadhure of prime land along Jogoo Road worth 200 million Kenya shillings. According to the prosecution, Kimani and an accomplice still at large attempted to illegally acquire the 0.2 hectare property. She denied the charges and was released on a cash bail of 100,000 Kenya shillings.
So based on the issues that have been raised by the defense of the existence of a civil suit in the ELC court since 2018 between the parties hearing, and based on humanitarian grounds and the age of the accused person, I will allow the application because I find it merited. I'll grant her a bond of 1 million shillings together with a surety of similar amount.
President William Ruto has hit out at opposition leaders who doubt Kenya's ability to achieve prosperity. The president said his government has a clear plan and funding strategy to drive development, dismissing critics as leaders without vision or agenda. He accused them of promoting division, tribal politics, and hatred instead of offering ideas that could help move Kenya from third world to first world status.
Wale majamaa wengine hawana mpango yoyote. Kazi yao ni ukabila na chuki. Akili yao inaishia kwa kugawanya shares ya serikali. Ati mnasikia ati wanaume 5 wanaenda kuketi chini ati wanagawa serikali ya Kenya, ati wewe chukua 50%, wewe chukua 10%, wewe chukua 20%. Mimi nataka niwaambie wale, serikali si yenu bwana. Mimi nawauliza ndugu watu wa Samburu, msikubali tusomeshe watoto wa Kenya na watoto wa hapa Samburu wabaki nyumbani.
The State Department for Culture and Heritage, in partnership with the Kenya National Library Services, is setting up a Hall of Fame to honor Kenya's literary heroes. Speaking at the University of Embu, PS Umi Bashir said the site will celebrate great scholars and inspire future generations to pursue excellence. PS Bashir said the site will provide a permanent and centralized place where visitors can connect with works and legacies of great scholars.
The Kenya National Library Service is planning to establish a Hall of Fame at the Sanaa Center, Maktaba Kuu, to honor and celebrate Kenya's literary heroes, the men and women whose creativity has documented the cultural, historical, and linguistic identity of our communities. We have a big space there at the Kenya National Library Service, and we want a Hall of Fame whereby we can celebrate our authors as a country.
The world must defeat climate denialism and fight fake news. Brazil's President Lula da Silva has told the opening meeting of the UN climate talks in a rally cry to COP30. President Lula again made thinly veiled references to President Donald Trump, who branded climate change a con job in September. The 2 weeks of talks kicked off on Monday in the lush Brazilian city of Belém on the edge of Amazon rainforest. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is exactly 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. You can let us know where you're tuned in from. You can also find us on social media spaces. Like I said, Radio Gen KE. That's where we are as far as our tweet or X account is concerned. In studio, I do have one CT Muga, and I have a fellow Liverpool fan. It is none other than Field Marshal Boaz Waruku, and he's here to talk about strategy and policy as far as KJSEA is concerned and the education sector as a whole. He is a policy advisor at Elimu Bora Working Group. Karibu tena sana Boaz to Radio Generation. Nice to see you once again.
Good morning, and thanks for inviting me.
Karibu
Thanks
sana.
to my brother City also.
Yes.
You know, when people call one another brother, other people don't understand us, those who are out of Africa. I do remember when Baba called Obama.
Yeah.
his brother. A brother of sorts. Obama was asked by the media in the US,
in America.
Say, are you related? They could explain. But that's life. In Africa, we are brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, indeed. We are brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Like I said, nice to see you again. The last time you were here, we were talking about, I think we were talking about the competency-based education.
It was, yes.
Today, we want to talk about KJSEA.
KJSEA.
It will take me
Call
time
it
to get
later.
used to this thing. But yes, let's just talk about it. And the question we're asking today, is it another transition crisis in waiting? How would you answer that question?
That question is actually stating the answer instead of asking a question. But indeed, that is a point we need to start with. And, you were struggling to pronounce KJSEA. Go back and pronounce KEPSEA. Go back and pronounce Kelea. I hope you're with me.
Yes.
Along that terrain.
Right.
You know what those things mean. At times they also confuse me. And this is almost like my full-time engagement looking at what is happening in education. Because the CLEA is what was supposed to be done at the grade 3 level. Assessment just to know that what have these learners achieved from grade 1 to grade 3. And that assessment was more of the school-based, though moderated nationally. Then they transitioned to grade 4. And then when they reached grade 6, that is where KEPSEA, that is primary now, transitioning to junior school. They're supposed to do that. So that's another national assessment. And then they get to the junior school. Where now the junior school, it became more intense. I'm using past tense because at least now you see KJSEA for the first time has been done. So they have gone over it. So the junior school became intense. Why? Because the moment they landed in grade 7, the first thing that happened is that grade 7 assessment, school-based, but material and how it is done moderated by the NEC, Kenya National Examination Council, so that by that time the grading or assessment and grading done for grade 7 and that done for grade 8 constitutes 20% of the overall outcome. When now you are computing what grade, what marks do they have as they transition to the senior school. So in other words, the KPSEA, which is the national assessment at grade 6.
Yes.
According to the NEC and the education ministry and all that, they've agreed that in transitioning to senior school, KPSEA results will constitute 20% of what the overall grade would be, or overall marks. Then grade 7 and grade 8 assessment, which are school-based, combined would also constitute 20%.
Okay.
So now the Kinyang'anyiro, or the struggle that they were having just a week or two ago of KJSEA, all that which they were doing for the national, which is more like a summative exam, but then it constitutes only 60%. Look at the difference with 844. 844, they were doing it at standard 8.
Yeah.
KCP, you get your 100%, it is 100%. You get it at 40%, it is 40 out of, 40%. And then that is what was used here. So in other words, the CBC, which now they are calling CBE, has changed the composition of what constitutes your grade to transition. I hope that then that is just refreshing us, because I know some of these things, they do happen, we interact with them, but not many do remember. I've learned that, because when you interact with people out there, there are those who would even tell you, what is KPSEA in the first place, and how does it add to this? Having explained that, then you'll realize that now, as the transition was taking place, the whole year for this 2025, there's been more of a situation where the parents, the learners, and their teachers have been put together and told you try to select which kind of schools do you like to go, which pathway, because now when they are going to senior school, I think I've skipped so many things, because if you are to go back there, we'll be reopening the CBC transitions. But I hope that the public is with us when we are saying that at the point of transition, the whole year was utilized in trying to assess which pathways are you taking in the senior school. And there are 3 pathways. There's the STEM pathway. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Okay, so basically science-based.
Yes, then there's the social sciences, and then there's art and sports.
Okay.
So 3 pathways. Ordinarily, as it was envisaged before, but let me tell you, what I'm trying to do now, there's nothing like an analysis I'm doing. I'm simply refreshing us on how it is that the government is trying to do and see that it goes through. So those 3 pathways. And
as we continue on the pathways, that conversation also started, I think, a few weeks ago, where students were being I don't know what to call it, trained or taught or asked to choose a pathway. So when they were talking about the pathways, these are the 3 pathways: STEM, social sciences, and the arts.
And art and sports. And art and sports, yes. Art and sports combined. I'm bringing that so that you'd see, let me call it the conundrum of that transition. How do you deal with it? Because there are lots of challenges, intricate matters, which even the teachers who are trying to help some of these learners were also struggling with, and they say, when we reach here, the way it's been designed, there's school selection. First, they were asked to select 12 schools. And this selection, then they were told now it is selection on the basis of the first category, which is C1, is a category of the schools that would be offering STEM, but as they offer STEM, it's a combination of many subjects.
Yes.
Within the STEM, the sciences, that's biology, alchemia, physics, all those, and then there was also the pre-technology which was being done in junior school. So within the pre-technology, then you realize there are certain technology courses or subjects which now need to get into that STEM proper. So there are multiple combinations based on what KICD have provided for senior school. Lots of subjects. But then the selection of the 12, now the very first one, which they said based on C1, I think they categorized the schools into 4. C1, C2, C3, and C4. And so the students and their parents and the teachers supported them to select which is the most appropriate based on my passion. Let me start with based on my ability, because the passion and your interest and all that then come somewhere in there. But even if you are interested and you feel passionate about being a surgeon, but your science things are not showing it, definitely, you know that they'll not consider you to take that at the first calling.
Okay.
So all that I'm saying, that existed, and when that selection was taking place, that brought a lot of problems. Because then, indeed, the KICD had proposed those array of subjects, and of course, parents and the learners also know these schools. And their teachers who were guiding them also know these schools. That's why we ended up having more than 5,000, let me call them secondary schools, that were not selected by these learners. I know the media, you people, you reported on that. And people start wondering, how come some of those schools were not selected? Because initially the government had, the way they had been positioning themselves, they had been saying that there are certain schools which are well suited for certain pathways.
Okay.
Science, art, sports, and things like that. And maybe that would take us back to the period when we used to go to school and play soccer with him in the field. We'd go, and as we play that, then you said, this, we are the manpower combination, maths, physics, and yes, anyway, that is the system that they replaced.
And people took that combination for taking very seriously.
MPC, they don't joke around. You are just being around.
Maths, physics, and
chemistry. You are just being around.
Yes.
Bachelor of Arts, sorry.
No, it is very serious.
Serious.
Even at what we call A-level.
Yes. So MPC was at A-level.
It was a deadly combination. So people like myself who study economics, history, and literature.
No, those ones are noisemakers.
It's like, okay.
What are you doing around? So I landed in Form 1, and there were corridors I was not allowed to go. The A-level corridors where those sciences are. Even when I'm going, the induction I was receiving as a Form 1, it's junior laboratories.
Okay.
You're being taken to a biology lab, but it's a junior one for introduction. Just making you. By the time you reach the senior laboratories, you can be like at the theater in the Kenyatta National Hospital, because the people who are there are almost ready to be doctors,
brainiacs.
That kind of a thing. And that corridor doesn't require noise. And then the arts, the good thing is the school I went to, they had that combination of the arts and science. And of course, so why I'm bringing this is because at the conceptualization, we actually thought that what the government was trying also to do, and they were indicating that they would ensure that those schools that had got such kind of level of preparedness were the ones that would be identified for STEM. And of course, we as Limubora, we were among those who started saying, wait a minute. First, you're saying no categorization. You're saying everybody should have an equal chance of going anywhere in whichever school.
But now you're asking them to specialize.
But specialization is obviously required. Our concern was that facilities and the teachers, because you don't take somebody to do STEM in a school which even the junior laboratory I'm talking about has not been constructed.
Okay.
The 5,000 plus schools that were never selected by these learners. It's because some of them pass by and they see that is a secondary school. They've even walked through it without knowing, but they don't see anything scientific around it. The infrastructure that would be attractive to you. They've not seen that. So that's why those schools did not attract that. But the other thing is, when we called for try now to look at those schools which have not been selected. The thing that the ministry should have been doing right now, before January, because transition has begun.
Yes.
Before January, is to ensure that what is lacking in those schools is that is if it is the laboratory, if it is constructed, and you know the laboratory, by the way, it's not about just constructing halls or rooms,
but equipping them.
I'm getting there because as we speak now, I know when we started calling for this preparation to be done right from last year, when they were in right from grade 7, 2023. We say, please, the way we are seeing transition in from grade 6 to grade 7 is problematic. Let's not wait for the transition from grade 9 to grade 10 also to be problematic. Let us look at what is required to make them be better. So they should have been now identifying that these schools, let them have standard infrastructure. The number of teachers required, and even the teachers who have been delivering the 844 curriculum, because the way they've been delivering the 844 curriculum, according to the designers of CBE, the delivery is different. So that kind of induction, you know, that is seriously required. So we started calling for that, and the MPs, somehow we were made aware that the MP said they'll take charge of construction of laboratories and the workshops in these schools, and indeed they were allocated a little bit more money through the CDF to construct those. Paul, if you go to many of those schools where some laboratories were being constructed, this studio has all the equipment you require. But some of those have got what they are calling, that's a laboratory. And I think a boy or a girl from the village, if they go to that school and told, here in the laboratory, and they walk in, they'll think a laboratory is an empty hall, because that will be their first interaction. So our MPs did not also do justice to that, because they are the ones who quietened the fire, the push to ensure that these schools had what is called laboratories, not by name, but in construction and in equipping and in even training the teachers there, and having all the laboratories anywhere. You'll always want a lab technician.
Why?
Even when I joined Form 1, at the junior laboratories, leave alone the senior lab, we had a lab technician. Even when the teacher had not arrived, we were playing with lots of things, and you have somebody who is helping you. It requires that level of detail in terms of preparation. But here we have some of those schools. Yes, the MPs will tell you they have constructed some laboratories. What they've constructed are halls.
Why were they entrusted with this particular duty?
They abrogated that to themselves. You know, they have the budget. They decide.
But what I find strange, though, in this conversation, even from the very onset, it didn't start with this new system we have. It started with the 844 system. What is it that has prevented previous governments and this current, or the Uhuru government, because this thing came with the Uhuru government, from actually being prepared before you roll out whatever it is you want to roll out? Because there seems to be there's some emergency for us to change the system. That the speed with which it is politicized and the speed with which things move. But what prevents all these things we keep hearing? We've now given money for building this. Wait, but those are things that needed to have been built before you rolled this out. What leads to this, in your opinion? I mean, you have been a participant in this particular arena for a long time.
And the research we do as Limubora, in partnership with others, is about why is it always difficult to manage transition. And we found that it is very deliberate. By the way, let me disclose that I did an academic research. The Daystar University are going to award me on that basis. It is the conundrum of education policy change in Kenya, the implementation challenges and all. And if you look at what I described, I think this is preemptive, but sorry to say.
No, it's not preemptive.
Yes.
It's informative.
Okay,
so
it is
please
informative.
continue. Yes.
Yes. So the aspect that you realize is that the planning aspect, which that's what has drawn me. I said, now let me just open this up, because we start in a manner as to you realize the people, the policy makers and the implementers do not have that mind to think long term. As you start from the pre-primary, you must be thinking university and above and postdoctoral in terms of that system. They rarely do so. So that planning issue is a serious challenge. You think of financing, you must take time and actually ideally start thinking with this change we are trying to make. We are saying the previous one, 844, theoretical, you just get books, people read, you are taught and you go. But this one you're saying you want hands-on, engaging the mind, engaging the limbs and all that, and then you realize that, you require a little bit more resources, more financing, because to train or to educate a child at that level, you'd now require more equipment, more of materials to interact. Even the teachers themselves, you require to train them. Our ministry or government adopted this term retooling, and they say these people think teachers are just for tools and all that. You say, some of us adopted the term re-engineering them, because you see these guys have been trained to be helped. To facilitate learning. So we found that financing was a serious problem. The third thing, which is also about now, right through from the bottom to the highest level, the facilitators of that learning, these are teachers. The numbers and the reorientation, which they call that retooling. The numbers, the distribution, equity issues and all require to be done. The infrastructure, that requires to be done. And I borrowed heavily from what Lamu has been doing when we say we need model schools, standard schools, which when we talk of a standard school, which is a holistic school, meaning that one particular school in Nairobi, you go to another school, public school, that is, if it is a basic education level, you go to that school in Wothogik, or you go to Turkan, Todonyang, wherever it is, you'll find the same school with all those standards. And in fact, I think because as a Limbora, we started by developing the principles and standards which would make quality education to be visible in those areas. So all that preparation, that level of preparation in detail, and some of the things that we also overlook, including the school management. If you do not address that at that particular level, because the school management would mean even the level of how the parents and other stakeholders around that education center, with a primary school, junior school and all that. The participation of the parents, the participation of the local leadership, the teachers, the learners themselves, you'd require that. So within school, the administration of the school and the overall governance, which will enhance accountability. If you also to look at, then the reorientation in terms of the materials, because when you do a curriculum change, a new curriculum framework must be done. The new curriculum framework would bring in new things and probably even offload certain things. If you do not prepare for that, then you'll realize that, here we are. Like CBC, what we are doing now, up to now, at the junior secondary school, KICD has been still struggling to do what they are calling rationalization of the subjects. That the subjects were so many, and they are still wondering which ones should be combined, which ones should be offloaded. So
Boaz,
all these things.
Boaz,
yes.
It appears that the movement of the processes that has brought about this new education system is not being run by experts in education, it's being run by other people.
Let me confirm first that we have lots of experts within the Ministry of Education. But these experts are sitting there because the directives are coming from non-experts, political leadership. It's a political elite, and you'd say this expert, let me give you a direct response and answer. These experts advised Amina Mohammed, and Amina listened and said, yes, what you're saying is true. Amina told Uhuru and Matiang'i and Magoha, please, Magoha had not come in there, it was Matiang'i and Uhuru, please give us just 1 year to see if we can sort out this. She read that statement in the morning.
Amina the CS.
Amina the CS.
Oh, for education.
For education. Amina read that in the morning, 2 o'clock, she was given a statement from State House to read that tutaendelea vile iko, you know, that in other words, the instructions are coming, but the experts
had advised.
Yeah, the experts are there. Now, you see, if you are the expert in media and all that, and then you are the one who should be advising me, hoping that I'm somewhere where I need your advice. But I'm the one telling you what to advise me. What value is that advice? Or what you tell me, then I push it aside, and then I go my own way. So, what the question you asked had can also be responded to in many forms. Even at how did we even start implementing the CBC?
How did we even start thinking of the CBC?
Yes.
Was it necessary?
Yes, you know I'm asking that question.
Yes.
If you have my chronological advantage, meaning if you have my age, you will note that certain primary schools, many secondary schools in this country had a wing. They were not technical high schools, but they had departments that dealt with what we called woodwork,
metalwork. I
yes.
remember that, yes.
Just a regular secondary school.
Yes.
They had that department. Then we had technical high schools. That this same thing, we had it.
Yes.
People who were keen on more practical things.
Yes.
You studied the humanities and the sciences that everybody else studied, but you focused on those practical subjects like engineering and so forth. So those are people who had understood their leaning was going to go to the polytechnics.
Yes.
Okay, it was known. Over the years, these institutions just systematically died. They didn't die as a school. The focus that they had disappeared.
Yes.
I went to a regular secondary school that just taught all the subjects that we're speaking of here. But they had a serious department that dealt with automotive engineering, mechanical engineering, what we call woodwork, metalwork. It was all there. So it meant by the time you went to Form 4, you had passed through this system.
Yes.
And there was something that you were tested on because you had to make something. I still remember I made a sugar bowl.
Yes.
It still exists. It's in my mother's house.
Yes. A souvenir.
Yes. I made a sugar bowl.
From his education.
From his education.
But yes, I know.
So
when I first encountered this idea, these are thoughts. But somebody systematically dismantled this because we had it.
Yes.
So now we are, and by the way, we were prepared for it then.
The dismantling did not just end there, because even right now, look at the polytechnics, the national polytechnics, they converted some of them and now saying universities. And then, sorry, I almost uttered a very bad word. Because there was somebody who was peddling some rumors in terms of briefs to the universities that you'll no longer offer certificates, you'll no longer offer diplomas.
Yes,
You
yes,
heard that.
yes, I
and
remember
they
that.
pulled back. They pulled back because I think some of us started talking a lot. Generally, Kenyans started talking so much loudly about it. The same way as they were trying to rationalize subjects at junior school, ETMI, that, they say, actually, maths can be an optional subject. You remember those kind of things.
Yes.
These are the things.
City's almost busting.
No. That one actually upset me. Not only optionals, some were even suggesting it shouldn't be taught. And I was thinking, what are you talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh? And you had to ask, who is influencing this discussion? Do you know what you do when you remove maths as a subject? If there's a subject you must study throughout your life, it is maths.
You know, maths helps in critical thinking.
Bro, maths is not a science subject. Maths is a subset of philosophy, logic.
Natural science and everything included there.
Yes.
That's how you think.
Yes.
If you can't compute things in your head and all that, I mean, you may wake up early and think that you want to reach somewhere.
You see the logical process that we do things. That's maths.
Yes, it is. Yes.
That's maths. Now, somebody's telling you,
you abandon that.
Yes, that all these constructive ways in which we look at things, how the engineers go about now you go to natural sciences, how the social scientists conjure things and figure out feelings and then processes and intuitions and so forth. You're saying, do away with the process that gets you to understand this. Do away with it. That's what someone is saying when they say remove maths. You see the reaction I'm having? I was a teacher myself. So I'm marveling and thinking, which mad person came up with this idea? Because it's like that is a person who wants to disenfranchise an entire generation of people and remove that critical thinking aspect from their being and from their learning. Because that's what they'll do. You will not become a critical thinker. So ask yourself, if you're a conspiracy theorist like you, Paul.
Yeah.
Where do you think...
I am actually a conspiracy theorist.
Where do you think such a person with such a thought process is taking an entire generation?
Yeah, maybe it is someone who struggled with mathematics in school and decided ile siku ndai kwa in position ya kutoa hiki ndaitoa. But anyway, boss.
Being led by a coward means that you reap all the cowardice that is in that person as you forge ahead, and you'll not head anywhere. I think that, but yes, City had asked a question, a very pertinent one. Who even thought about doing the system change?
Yes.
And I'll tell you, City, that question is valid. But Professor Douglas Odhiambo had thought about addressing the pitfalls of the 844.
Okay.
And indicating that's Douglas Odhiambo and his team, the presidential, there's a task force that was formed in 2012.
Douglas Odhiambo, the gentleman, the Isipe gentleman.
And now Douglas Odhiambo was a lecturer here. The CP gentleman is
Thomas
Odhiambo.
Yes.
So Odhiambo was given an assignment after the 2010 constitution was promulgated. All systems and sectors were saying, okay, how do we align ourselves to the dictates of the new constitution? Because the new constitution brought in parameters of the right to education, for example, Article 43. Article 53, the right of every child to free and compulsory basic education. That team was asked, how do we implement all these things? The quality aspects of education and education philosophy, you could address it from various angles. As a Limubora, we've been addressing it from the foundational issues of the philosophy for our education from a total departure of what the pre-colonial and immediate post-colonial, the independence processes and all. And you are looking at it that Douglas then was supposed to help us rejig and reorient our education to service our national interest as a nation. With that, the recommendations that Douglas had come up with, that report exists. Among the things, of course, they looked at the quality of education. They realized that we are constantly having gaps in even the availability of public schools in the first place.
Yeah.
so that there are certain areas which do not have public schools. And I can give examples. Even as we speak and sit here, go to Mathare, just near us here, Mathare, Nairobi, Ngei and Mabatini, 2 wards, no single public school at the basic education level. Where do you think the children of that place go? So,
and that is a densely populated area.
Yes, and I'm saying now, he looked at all those companies, said, how come regularly we are always having shortage of teachers? Why don't we plan so that we know our children, the numbers based on the deaths and births of the young ones, we know how many to expect to get to PP1. Or at that time, it was just a primary school, nursery, and then primary one. Planning for that does not require a lot of intelligence, so let me use that term. But then he said, okay, and the infrastructure, so that we start knowing what is the kind of education that we want, how do we equip it, how do we support it, or the financing component. Douglas even talks about revisiting the financing component. Actually, the revisiting was supposed to help us in doing the unit cost of educating a child at whatever level until they are now youth or young adults going to the colleges and all that process helped us, and Douglas did not just stop there. Douglas gave us the prototype of a bill that eventually became the Basic Education Act.
Okay.
In fact, when it was in draft, many who had wanted it to be reformulated differently, I think the submission, like what I did and other friends of ours, you see, call it the Right to Education Act, but it became the Basic Education Act. But it is a good law. Why? Because the act is the one that authoritatively now says what the Constitution says, implement it in this manner. Who is responsible? The act even says the Cabinet Secretary, primary responsibility number 1 is to implement the dictate of the Constitution that a child is having that entitlement to go to a basic education institution without being asked a fee. And with all that, the aspect of how do you ensure the learning environment, school safety, and all those things, how do you ensure that a child will access any public school without obstruction? Limubora does survey and find that most of the schools still require admission fee, at the basic education level, outlawed by this act. In other words, the implementation of the act, which is supposed to be spearheaded by the minister, is the same minister who, as we speak now, is telling you that, okay, when it comes to paying school fees, all the schools will be uniform and you'll pay 53,000 and all that. And then you start wondering, then we thought in the act, this is the guy who should actually be ensuring that that payment is not there, except for where it is now mandatory for certain payments to be done, like when you are a boarder. The parents and the school administration and all should know what does it cost for the boarding facility to be there. But when the CS just recently, I know he walked back on the matter because he was very categorical. It was clear. He had said that we know it is not been possible to meet these costs of capitation transfers to the schools, the 22,440, and because the maximum we've ever transmitted to those schools is 16,000, and we could remind him, because based on our research, there are schools which haven't received more than 10,000 per year per learner. And then, so when you're saying we know that the capitation will be around 16,000, and I think the media got wind of that and said reintroduction or enhancement of tuition fees that would be paid by the learners. So among the transitional issues that now we are dealing with, actually, it is the headache of parents planning for their young ones who are joining senior school, because the CS talked about the fees will be uniform. is still talking fees in a general sense. And that fees include even a component of tuition, which is outlawed by the Constitution and the statutes. And yet, that's still continuing. So the parents themselves cannot prepare so adequately. When it comes to the teachers, it is still a guesswork on to whether they have been re-inducted within the CBC, CBE framework, or they'll relapse to the way they used to teach the 844 students. Because you see, if then you may think, oh, see, they are just coming to learn biology. We've always been teaching biology in this manner. But the CBE and CBC form of instructions and facilitation of learning there, those are totally different or have changed, and you require to have an exposure and make these teachers then reorient themselves to what this is.
But it goes beyond reorienting. If you are changing a system, it's a process. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. And you need to plan for it. You said it at the beginning very well.
Yes.
The planning has to have happened decades before. And you work towards it to the point where even you get to universities. Because for people to even understand the changes, we talk about public participation.
Yes.
You need to train people. There will be a curriculum, but people have to be trained. Just like I was trained how to teach.
Yes.
Okay? That's how you train people for that change.
Yes.
Not induct them and sensitize them. No. You train. That curriculum has to exist. And that curriculum has to be looked at not by the so-called experts, but the people who actually implement the curriculum. They will tell you this one doesn't work like this. You know, when the 844 system came about, I still remember, I was a classroom teacher. And I taught the English language and literature. In the English language, we were told we had new books. Unfortunately for the people implementing this, I'd more or less memorized the books I was using. Or they didn't change a thing except the chapters.
Okay.
We brought the first chapter, the last chapter to
the
be
first, the one in the middle, they brought it second. They just changed chapters. That's all they did. Because if you're going to teach the English language so that one can comprehend it and grow with the teaching of it, there are certain things you have to teach. Fundamentally. It's a fundamental at the basis. So when we are told that there's an educational system that is being changed, my friend, it's a socio-cultural transformation. It's not something that is spoken of and then an edict is uttered and then it moves. No! It's a seismic shift from what you had. When you look at countries that have good education systems, the process they follow is precisely that. You start planning, and then you move. You cannot, and Boaz put it well, how do you start talking about labs which you haven't built? You're talking STEM.
Yes.
There must be labs.
There must be.
You don't have them.
What I want to understand
Workshops for
the technical, yes.
The technical subjects.
Yes, you don't have them.
You don't have them.
When KICD was introducing this system, telling the government, okay, fine, you told us to come up with the system or rather a curriculum, ndio hii. Sasa mjue in the next 6 to 5 years, we will need workshops, we will need labs. Was that conversation held at any one point?
Paul, one thing we must assert and just say, Kenyans, let us not revisit this and say, because the way they started the system, there was no preparation at all. Even KICD, KICD has experts.
Serious experts.
They have experts. But the same way I told you, even now the subject rationalization, you are told, go combine agriculture and home science to give us an... you are giving the expert. Now who is telling them? Is a political... not demagogue, but a political support. Yes, go and do that. But right from the start, you're saying the materials that should have been prepared.
Yeah.
Do you realize that at the onset of the CBC, we had book publishers who were put at the center and were given the contract to publish books and distribute directly to schools. They were even flagging off trailers, and they are taking those books, and the schools were on holiday. When they resumed, the teachers opened the books and they said, but this one's as full of mistakes and all. And then there's the question some of us ask, KICD, give us the curriculum framework that you've developed so that you can assess the materials that are there to see if they comply. The curriculum framework had not been done. So how did those people produce material, the books? It was business. You see that? So when at the center of it, but you'll all come round and realize there's somebody who is just interested in some business, in making money. And those are the people that you put there. To the extent that of late, there's this, I mean, it's not that I dislike the book publishers.
Yeah.
But of late, you find that when it comes to the materials you require in school, then at book publishers are being called to be asked what kind of nonsense
the people you should ask.
What
No. No. The content that goes in, they publish.
Yes.
KICD.
Yes, that's right.
Those are the people who know the curriculum and they understand. Before anything goes out, people who actually know the content that should be taught with this system,
They certify.
They have to certify that
Yes.
it's okay.
That this is okay. But see, we had books before curricular framework, and it ended up that many of them now things which have serious errors, factual errors and all that, can you call them fake?
Yes, you can.
You can call them fake. I mean, that is what we had, but we had spent billions of shillings because it is almost 10 billion that those guys were given to go and distribute to schools. And by the way, it annoys me when people who are serving under that, then they'll tell you, during our tenure, we ensured that there was one book per child. Which kind of book? Book with mistakes should actually be jailed, because if you miseducate somebody, if you take faulty material to be used to teach that person, that is very dangerous. That's not acceptable. So that's not quality.
It's actually criminal.
So now that we have established it's unacceptable and it's criminal, what is being done? Because from where I sit and stand, all I am seeing is, yes, the conversation like we are having it right now on radio, but what is happening to the people who've put us in this position?
Those people already washed their hands off
and went.
They are now dealing with who is implementing. By the way, government of Kenya is in perpetuity. In other words, there'll never be a case when you say we don't have that government. It is the people serving there. But the government is as good as the persons who are put in there to implement. That one, through the Uhuru administration, they served their term and left. The ones who came.
We don't even talk about them.
No, we don't even.
Some of them even want to be presidential candidates as we speak.
Yes. Even the ones that now came on board, if you start Ruto administration, what did Ruto promise Kenyans? He'll scrap the CBC. But when he came on board, he said, no, before I scrap it, let's hear what the experts would advise. And the experts would go around. And of course, he converted his campaign team that was advising him on education to be the Professor Munavu, the Presidential Working Party. To look at and to review what are the handicaps, what needs to be done, how is this CBC. I think the terms of reference were so clear, except, by the way, the terms of reference that Ruto gave to his team, it was devoid of one thing, and that's something that I cannot overlook. It is the only TOR that did not ask the task force to align everything they're doing with the constitution. You remember now, this was the Presidential Working Party task force coming after Professor Douglas Odhiambo, who had very clear instruction, ensure you align it with the constitution. So when Munavu has produced his report also, and you realize basically lots of the recommendations he's had are at variance with what the constitution demands. That's why we started first by having the chaos at the tertiary level. increasing fees exponentially even without justification, and you don't understand. That's why we had decisions being made that you cannot understand, that the primary schools as well would just be spaces where then junior school learning could take place. Primary schools which had no idea about what the kind of learning is required at the junior secondary school. If they had said, okay, we know there are challenges, 1, 2, 3 things, we'll have to bridge that gap by establishing even those junior laboratories, the pre-technology things, so that the junior school would interact with them. When that did not take place, that's why part of the additional challenge that this transition is going to encounter, we are going to have people landing in grade 10 with only 3 years pre-university, and they are going to interact with serious science subjects for those taking STEM for the first time, and it will be a crash program. How quality would be achieved through that. That is also where you'll find that, those who thought science is just, by the way, because the way sciences have been taught at junior school with no teacher, finally they had 2 or 3 in an entire school, they may think that, kumbe, it is light work. I think those who have gone through the science-oriented subjects, part of those who went through that at the first level, and before I drifted to these other sides, you realize you require that kind of induction constantly, every time. At Form 1, I would tell you the detail of the science orientation was to the extent that you'd even be harvesting grass, leaves and all, and putting them there to study in our junior laboratory, just trying to make sense of everything in the environment. All those, you've caught some worms, those kind of things. You're trying to see how they behave. You are being oriented to be in that mind, the frame of mind. Our grade 10 who are landing there next year would land when now they're beginning to learn what science is. They'll be starting from the basics, and then they'll also be starting from the basics, being guided by the teachers who have been teaching it the 844 way, so to say. So those challenges would continue to be there, and would be having a problem. The other confusion which has also emerged is the categorize, do not categorize, and all. At the selection level, you are told it's C1, C2, C3, C4. But then the CS comes up and say, no, the fees that you'll be paying, I'm putting it in quotes because the basic education law outlaws that. That fees would be standard across. So why then was that categorization? And because I think there's something we are losing out there, equity. Equity would require that schools that do not have the kind of infrastructure that is required, the kind of equipment that are required, should be supported more. And so that then they are also brought at par for us to compete. And so if according to them categorization was about national school, extra county, sub-county, and they think that C1, C2 up to C4 is not categorization, maybe teachers who taught English should help us.
we have about a minute to go, but one question I have is, how long would it take to retool or re-engineer this teacher to get into the system that they want to get into?
Teachers should always be exposed to continuous professional development, and that is the retraining and continuous training and all. Because Mbuvi, today, even in training in journalism, new technologies do emerge.
True.
And if you are the one facilitating that learning, you require to interact with those new technologies. So it is not a case of saying 1 day, 2 days, and that's enough.
Okay.
When that's the approach that the ministry took. That they'll call some teachers. Remember, they started with the pre-primary teachers, and they were taking them for 3 days of a workshop, and they say, no, we retooled them.
Yeah.
Within a short time, we retooled 130,000. We retooled, and they say all teachers are ready. That is not the picture we have.
So it's not something you can just go and told, okay, so now this is the method you will talk to these students.
No.
Okay. Folks, we have come to the end of the show. I'll allow you one more sentence. One more paragraph then.
We must give our learners hope. All this we are discussing, now they are home.
Yep.
And they are wondering, is it that we are jumping into something serious, or what is happening? Yes, let's admit they are the guinea pigs for the experiment we are doing. But we hope that because of their capacity, these young people, they are soldiers. They'll go through the thickets, the swamps and all that. So let them not relent. Let them not say, we are being failed by the system, the government is failing us, even our parents are failing. No, let them have a positive mindset and say, what can we do well in the circumstances?
Okay.
And I think we'll those of us who are championing for their cause, quality education, will continue to do that. Continue to call on the government to improve, but let them still also search for it, because education can't wait. We can't delay anything.
All right.
That, unfortunately, that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Field Marshal Boaz. This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. Field Marshal Boaz is a strategy and policy advisor at Elimu Bora Working Group. Coming up next is a conversation around the political gamble in the country. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya has recorded a drop in criminal cases for the first time in 5 years, with the total falling below 100,000. The 2024-2025 Annual Administration of Justice reports shows cases declined from 105,000 last year to 98,000 this year. However, crime levels remain high, with assault, theft, and drug-related offenses still leading the charts. The report notes that the most criminal incidents involved physical harm and assault. The National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Health has questioned Medihill Group of Hospitals over the integrity of its kidney transplant program. This comes amid investigations into allegations of possible organ harvesting. Appearing before the committee chaired by Seme MP James Nyikal on Monday, Medihill's chief consultant nephrologist Dr. Srinivas Mathi was pressed to explain the hospital's transplant procedures. Dr. Mathi denied any wrongdoing, insisting that all transplants at Medihill are performed within Kenyan law. Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku has refuted claims that the state has not effectively coordinated its response to the Elgeyo Marakwet landslide tragedy, which has so far claimed 38 lives. Speaking during an interview on Citizen TV, the CS said the government was not caught unawares, but noted that predicting natural disasters with precision is impossible. He added that many residents live in high-risk areas due to historically insecurity, which makes them more vulnerable during such disasters.
The reasons why people live in high places is because of the insecurities, the historical insecurities of the Keio Valley or Elgeyo Marakwet Valley. The historical insecurity areas that people don't live in lowland in the valley. The highland or the escarpment, the entire of the escarpment is perceived to be more secure to live there than to live in the lowland.
Kenya has expressed its commitment to strengthening trade and investment ties with the United Arab Emirates during the opening of the UAE Kenya Investment Forum 2025. Trade Principal Secretary Regina Ombam said Kenya is set to ratify the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which will make trade between the two nations more efficient. The UAE Kenya Investment Forum brings together government officials, business leaders, and investors from both countries to explore new opportunities in trade.
We will be going before Parliament on the 13th of this month, that is this week, Thursday, for this ratification exercise. And we pray that from there, then, it is actually going to unlock the full potential of this agreement. This has really been something that UAE has really been pushing for, because we already know what this agreement means for us in terms of trade and development.
As of today, the UAE is the sixth largest source of foreign direct investment for Kenya. And we think this will continue to grow.
Former French President Nicolas Sarkozy has been released from jail 3 weeks into a 5-year prison term for taking part in a criminal conspiracy. He will be subject to strict judicial supervision and barred from leaving France ahead of an appeal trial due to be held next year. On 21st of October, the former president was sentenced to 5 years for conspiring to fund his 2007 election campaign from the late Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi. His legal team immediately filed a request seeking his release. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Liverpool have made contact with the Professional Game Match Officials Limited to raise their concerns over the decision to allow Virgil van Dijk's goal in Sunday's 3-0 defeat at Manchester City. With City winning 1-0, Van Dijk appeared to have equalized with a header, but the effort was ruled out on the field. A decision confirmed after a video assistant review. VAR determined Andrew Robertson was in an offside position because he was positioned in front of goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma. Robertson was deemed to have made an obvious action by ducking directly in front of the Italian. The Manchester United striker Benjamin Šeško will miss Slovenia's crucial World Cup qualifiers, but club officials do not think he suffered a major problem in Saturday's 2-2 draw with Tottenham. Šeško lasted just 30 minutes before limping out of the game at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium after jarring his knee when he was tackled by Mickey van de Ven. United have also opted to let defender Lisandro Martinez link up with Argentina at their European base before their friendly with Angola. However, the 27-year-old will not feature in the match. And that's the truth on sports. I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning. Radio Generation, indeed, the People's Breakfast is where we are at 88.8 FM in Nairobi and Mombasa. It's 90.7. In studio, I do have Siti Muga, and we also have Professor Herman Manyora. Professor, good morning and welcome back to
Good
Radio
morning to you. This has become
Generation.
home now.
Yes.
Yeah.
The last time you were here, we were talking about the passing of Raila and post-Raila elections and so much on that particular conversation.
Yes.
But I'd like to ask you now that you're here, Tanzania now, after the election, they are now having a conversation around having a conversation. They're basically talking about dialogue and a handshake.
Yes, yes.
What do you think? What do you make of post-election Tanzania?
I did an open letter to President Samia Suluhu Hassan. And I said what happened was not an election. There are so many bad things that happened. It's not the way it should be. And we feel very sad, especially given the death we are hearing, the numbers of the people who died, and it's worrying. And all the bad things that happened. So there was no election. But it is possible to pick up the pieces and move on. I know it's difficult, but in the interest of the nation of Tanzania, it is possible to not necessarily move on the way people say in this country, no, to pick up the pieces. And the beginning point would be, going forward to answer your question, embark on a process of national healing and reconciliation by accepting that things went wrong. And one tangible step to take would be to give the people of Tanzania a new constitution. People were shocked to hear that those elections could not be contested anywhere in court. So those kind of issues have to be addressed. Of course, like I've said, the opposition, those in jail must be removed. Prisoners of conscience, the boys and girls who have filled the jails must be released immediately. Tundu Lissu must be freed without conditions. And they must begin building their country. I think that's the best way. I know it's not easy. We have tried here.
Yeah.
When somebody has behaved the way this lady has behaved, it's not easy to convince people that we can move on in the Kenyan jargon.
Yeah.
But it is necessary. A mistake has been made. You cannot then ban the country because of a mistake of one individual, which has been an event, a sad chapter in the history of Tanzania. But they can move on. They can pick the pieces and move on.
Yeah.
So that 5 years is not far. If they don't do that, this lady will not finish 5 years.
Umesema mheshimiwa Tundu Lissu anafaa kuachiliwa unconditionally. So what considering the charges, because he's facing treason charges,
yes,
and his case has been ongoing now for months, is it easy to just say, okay, you know what, for the sake of this country, forget the charges, wachilie jamaa?
Those are trumped up charges. There is no treason there. Uhaini gani uko pale? Kutaka kuwa rais ni uhaini?
Maybe ni ile njia alitumia kutaka kuwa rais.
Kuna njia yoyote tu. Na pia huyu mama sijui shida ni gani. Tundu hangemshinda. Hakuna.
In a free and fair election,
you could not have beaten CCM. She has done great service to CCM, the party of Mwalimu Nyerere, because now she has opened up CCM to attack. Now CCM will come back to power after 30-40 years.
Are you saying that in another election CCM might not be?
Not might. It will go. Strong parties, strong establishments have one problem. Once you crack it, because the invincibility is what keeps it afloat. You know, if you have a big institution, it may not be the substance within that institution that keeps it afloat. In the mind of the people, the University of Nairobi is the university. It doesn't matter how rotten inside there is. When somebody says, I'm going to the Nairobi hospital,
right,
it does not matter what the treatment is inside there. It's the name, the Nairobi hospital. The moment you crack it open and people see the nonsense inside, the emptiness, that is a bamboo, it may never recover.
Similar analysts.
Just before say, like a bank. A bank survives on the integrity and the name.
Okay.
If there's like panic withdrawal, a bank collapses in a matter of hours or days.
Similar analysts who've sat on that chair have said that CCM is still alive and well, and it will continue regardless of this problem that they are currently facing.
Before Samia Suluhu Hassan messed it, now people associate CCM with all the mess and all the evil, with all that is bad, with all that would ail democracy. And I can tell you, in the next election, It was tested by Magufuli. CCT Muga will tell you. It was tested. It was almost 50-50. Ama namna gani? And it wasn't against CCM that time. It was against the process of choosing the presidential candidate.
Okay.
And they went almost 50-50. 8 million, around there. When Magufuli was on which part, I don't know what it was. Until they realized, this kind of mess can cause the CCM. And now what Suluhu has done, the next election, CCM will fare so badly, nobody will know it is CCM. You look NNC, look at ANC. If something crazy like this were to happen to ANC, it will disappear from the political map of South Africa. That is the danger of being a very permanently strong entity. To maintain yourself at the top is never easy, but you must maintain yourself. Once you allow a crack for people to view inside, you are done.
So we are looking at a situation whereby Tundu Lissu might be released. Then what? There's a handshake. Then we have a prime minister.
It doesn't have to be that. They don't have to copy our style. 5 years is a very long time.
Okay.
In fact, the process of constitution making can occupy Tanzanians for the next 2 years, and then immediately after that, elections are. And in fact, they can say, as a part of this compromise, we give ourselves 2 years to work on a new constitution, and in the third year we go for elections. Fair.
Really?
Fair and square. Yeah, that's fair and square. You see, negotiations are about. Let me tell you, there's no way Suluhu will finish 5 years. Mark that some diary somewhere in your. There's no way she will finish 5 years. You see, there's Uganda. There is Kenya.
Yes, there is
Tanzania.
Oh, yeah.
Each of them has their history. We have had a history of struggle, and we are used to these struggles. And incremental achievements, we achieve, we lose, we go back, we gain. We have a new constitution and all that. And we can talk a lot. But we are nowhere near Tanzania. Tanzania have grown up within an environment of what you can call clean politics. Katika misingi pia ya ujamaa, misingi ya utu. Human beings are supposed to be human beings. Values. You know, Tanzania, people give example, naomba ndugu tuandamane kwa kituo cha polisi. Somebody is arresting you, but very politely so. So they are so used to that. This new way of doing things cannot sit well with Tanzanians. And that's why people are getting surprised. How come our students are almost overdoing us? They don't understand. How come we are the people, masters of demonstration, Gen Z started here? How come the Tanzania people are more daring? Despite being killed, they continue moving.
Yeah.
It is because they are finding this so strange that a president can behave like that. In Uganda, on the other hand, these people have grown under military dictatorship. You see, even to find their voice, it is so risky. You can only say the current courage in Uganda, the demonstration you see, is a direct link to what is happening in Kenya. People are copying what is happening in Kenya. So you can see the three countries are different. Tanzania will not take those things.
Okay.
Because they have not known it all their life. They have known people negotiating, talking about things. Watu wanaongea juzi, huyu Siti Muga anataka kuwa mbunge, lakini kweli huyu hata ukikumbuka huyu bana wakati alikuwa ziwi wanamchambua, wanasema hapana sio huyu bana, hapana tunaweka manyora sasa. They are so used to that kind of politics that when you come and try to bring dictatorship open, they have a problem with you. And therefore they will reward him in the way she wants. And that's why I advise, in the interest of Tanzania as a country, in the interest of CCM, Malim's party, let her begin the process of reconciliation. Yeah.
And maybe perhaps if she does that, she'll be able to see 5 years?
She'll finish 5. She'll finish whatever years they will have agreed on. Yeah.
Okay.
5 years is a very short time. That is a very short time. A term of 5 years. My friend, you can wait. 2 will go with constitution. They had started. I remember when I used to appear on BBC many times. Kulikuwa na kitu walikuwa naita Rasimu Sufuri. Mugad, unajua wewe ni Mjaluo, huwezi jua Kiswahili bwana.
No.
Rasim Sufuri,
hapo umesema ukweli.
Rasim Sufuri ni zero draft. They had a zero draft.
Okay.
I remember there's something I picked from that zero draft, which I've always been saying about this country. Kwamba, after electing an individual as an MP, and unfortunately, they lose their seat, either they die or something happens. So why would we go for another election?
To replace them.
Yeah, why?
What
representation.
are the options?
How do you replace a president?
They have a deputy.
Why don't we have an arrangement? It was in that zero draft.
Okay.
Katika hiyo Rasim Sufuri yao, that thing was there.
Walikuwa wamepropose nini?
I can't remember the details, but it was not going for another election.
Okay.
Which I support. And then people argued when I said that, you see, people kill others. Why don't they kill presidents?
But when
why don't deputy governors kill governors?
When President
Magufuli passed away.
Yes.
That's how Samia became president.
Correct. And we are saying we should extend down to MPs even in this country.
Also, we can have a succession for a member of parliament and an MCA.
Look, do you know the cost and the disruption?
By the way,
it costs tens of millions to do a by-election
in Tanzania
for an MP.
It is possible. It is possible because of the party structure.
Yes.
And the position and the power that a party holds within that government.
Yes, yes.
It is possible. But why didn't they implement it? Because you see, some opportunities present themselves, and at the time it is possible. Time lapses, it ceases to be possible. Because other changes have come about, and the resistance that such a proposal will meet will be more than it could have met if it was done earlier on. Hamad, there is a question I want to ask here.
Yes.
In your opinion, do you think in a party system like that of CCM, a president can hold sway over and above those who are senior office bearers within the party? Who has more sway? Senior office bearers within the party or the president?
I think you want to equate CCM to ANC, which I think may not be right.
No,
ANC is a different matter.
I want to equate it with the Chinese Communist Party. That's the one I'm equating it with.
You cannot equate it with the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party and the former Politburo of Russia are what is now like ANC, where the party can tell the president, Mbeki, come home, and he comes and he goes home. CCM is not like that. CCM is a strong party. Okay, while it was the only party in Tanzania, what you are saying would have been possible. But now that there are many parties, I don't think that is possible.
CCM, by its very structure,
yes,
gets into the very basic fabric of society.
Correct.
In terms of the membership and in terms of the people who work there.
Yes.
They have a former minister, a former president who, in fact, was a military man, who essentially taught at their key military academy. What he taught was politics.
Yes.
Specific politics to CCM, meaning the party. That's why I bring in the Chinese Communist Party element.
Yes.
The moment you start teaching a subject of that nature to a military academy,
yes,
you are inducting even your military,
politicizing the military,
precisely, to the ways of the party.
Yes.
Meaning, sasa party ndio baba na mama.
Yes, yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So even if you move along and life goes on, it's like the very subject of propaganda as it was taught in the what you called Eastern Europe and in Russia. It's a subject that you actually were taught.
Correct.
All right? If I take that view, it is on that premise that I'm saying, given how they go about their business,
yes,
and given how long they have been in power,
yes,
this is not a party that was prepared for change.
That's true. That's true. That is true. That is true. That is true. Now change is being forced on it.
Yes.
You see, people have argued one of the reasons why the former Soviet Union collapsed were the inherent internal contradictions. When a body entity, when a system has inherent contradictions, internal contradictions, it cannot, at some point it must give way. So CCM was structured in the way you are saying. It was conceived in the way you are saying. For decades, it was operated the way you are saying. Then multi-party system came. Then the environment in which CCM was thriving now changed. So you maintain the structures, the thinking, the ideology, the philosophy of the party, but the context in which the party is now operating is different.
It's actually been voided.
Yes. So it's very difficult for CCM. But it was going to continue because imeingia ndani ya Watanzania. Lakini sasa huyu mama ameharibu.
Kivipi?
This mess that has taken place in Tanzania.
Or this current one.
Yeah. So people now associate all this with CCM. They associate this with an overbearing party.
Your point is well taken. Would we then say that the president is the face of the party?
Yes.
So if something untoward happens, the blame falls squarely on her.
Yes.
The party will...
From the time of Nyerere,
yes,
what happened was, Nyerere was a system.
Yes.
And the country was a system. The party was a system.
Yes.
Everything was a system. It flowed. It did not need a dictator at the head. A strong man at the head. When Nyerere left, the people who took over from him needed to assert themselves to remain in power. Even small matters like maintaining Zanzibar in the Union has been an issue over which they have had quite a lot of problems and challenges.
They've had some push and pull.
So now you see, even when Magufuli died, even that transfer to this lady wasn't as easy as...
No, it was not.
You see, there were many things underground.
There were many moving parts.
Yes. So the moment she takes over, then she's taking over in an environment where there was a significant presence of opposition to her succeeding Magufuli. Significant.
Yes.
Within the party structure.
Yes.
Within the political body. Within even the security forces. And therefore, when she takes over, I think, in my view, she thinks, I am a woman. Perhaps that's why people didn't want me to become president. Now I must assert myself.
I have to be the president.
I have to be the president. That's the mistake she made.
All right.
Yes.
Let's talk about Kenya now. We've seen what the president has been saying lately. Specifically, I think it was yesterday, he said that the opposition is planning on how to divide the country. He said 50% will go to someone, and then 10% this, 20% that.
What exactly did he say, if I may ask? Because I missed that one.
Yeah. So he was at a rally. I can't remember where this rally was, but he said that he was speaking to the crowd, and then he told the crowd, he was addressing the opposition as he was addressing the crowd, and he said that the opposition has got no agenda. They're just planning on how to divide the government. You remember there's a time we read somewhere in the papers that DCP itachukua 50%, then the remaining 50% is divided amongst the remaining parties. So he was basically ridiculing them and just laughing at them, telling the people that if that is the government that they want, then clearly there's a problem. And he also told them that your united opposition, come election day, atawachapa asubuhi na mapema. Basically, in a nutshell, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but Professor, what do you think about that statement? Is the united opposition really going to lose this election in the kind of way that the president is describing?
You see, the president is a contestant, and anybody going for a match will speak the way the president is speaking. And I like the one of the best analogies, the one of boxers. The day they go on the way together, and the cameras are there. It's just they're not fighting, but and the sort of things they say about each other. Kulikuwa na mmoja alitoka Tanzania, sio alikuwa anaitwa nini?
Alikuwa anaitwa
aliongea mambo mazuri.
Alikuwa anasema ngumi yake iko na kitu.
Alikuwa na mtu fulani.
Yes.
That's how contests are. I don't blame the president, but a better measure would be, first of all, the things he's saying he also did. If the opposition are talking 50% for Mount Kenya, which of course is a creation of some people from Thika Road, I suspect. but because we live in this country. You see, he also gave Mudavadi 30%. Mudavadi and Wetangula, so it's nothing new. The better measure would be, and this is said in the interest of Ruto and his government, so that they may work harder. If elections were to be called today morning, by 4 o'clock, Kalonzo will be having 70% of the votes.
Okay, why do you say this?
But it's obvious. We live in this country. Where would we live? You think you need opinion polls?
No,
we have
I
the
don't
pulse
need
of this
opinion.
country. We know this country. We live in this country. This country is so easy to know what's going on because this country is an ethnic configuration politically. So you say if somebody has Mount Kenya and they have Eastern, what we used to call Eastern Province, the Kamba, Meru, Embu, and all those kind of people. Then the central, so-called Mount Kenya, plus Akamba, Gema with A standing for Akamba instead of association. Then they have Western, former Western Province, the Abaluya Nation. Then they have perhaps the Abagusi Nation. So what else are you looking for? How can you beat a formation like that?
You can actually.
No, I'm saying. I'm making my very distinctive point, and it's in the interest of those who work for Ruto, if they are listening. Because it's their work to listen. Some of them, that's how they earn their salary, to listen. And listen to what Manyora is saying.
Yes.
According to our tribal arithmetics, because tribe so far is the only demography we have, so far.
Politically, yes.
We are going to have other demographies, including Gen Zs are going to be a new demography, maybe religion kidogo, which may be very sad. But for now, we only have one demography.
Tribe trumps all these things that you're saying.
Yes. So now,
it is the largest demography.
So now, if elections were called today, you know the way even Uhuru spoke recently, the interpretation the country gave, and including his own constituent in Mount Kenya, is that he's joining ranks with Gachagua to support Kalonzo. And that Matiang'i is part of that configuration. So that's why I'm saying the whole of Mount Kenya is locked up for Kalonzo. Then you add on, because Matiang'i is going to be part and parcel of this, you add on the Abagusi. And because the Luya nation is
Abagusi, the entire nation of the Abagusi.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you are looking at Natembeya or Wamalwa becoming the running mate to Kalonzo. You are looking up the entire Mulembe nation in excess of 75%, 80%. Now, which school do you need to go to learn the arithmetics that ESAB imeingia tayari Kalonzo has over 65-70%? I'm saying that because that is the situation today. But like Muga says, it can be redone, it can be changed, it can be re-engineered. Kazi sasa kwa Ruto na watu wake. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying come 2027 Kalonzo will get 70%, but I'm saying that is the situation today. If elections were held this afternoon, Kalonzo will get 70% of the votes.
Okay. City was to say
many of the dynamics will not have had time. You will not have had time to know what Uhuru actually meant. Was he supporting Gachagua? Or he meant he was creating room for him to enter with Matiang'i on the mountain, and the implication that will have on the mountain vote. So those are dynamics that will shape the elections as we move to 2027. But for now, it sits pretty bad for the president.
Let's look at President Ruto's allies. Has he gotten the Kalenjin vote?
Total.
Okay.
Yes.
Does he have the Luo vote through ODM?
Doubtful.
Why?
Doubtful because, you see, Luo Nyanza has a group of people who are quick. They are in a hurry to deliver ODM and the community route. And that is evident even to a child. Okay? That may work or it may not work. But they are in a hurry, in a rush to deliver ODM. And they are saying it openly. They are calling themselves orphans. Including very intelligent people. But remember, ODM is Luo Nyanza. Luos as people are the most political community in this country. Okay? They are the sort of people who have always produced quality leaders because they question beyond the Luyas call it Mbeku Mbeku. Luos have a name for it. Ile pesa kutoa pesa watu wakule in election. They have a name for it.
You're talking about the money, what people ask.
Yeah.
Say Gonya.
Besides that, even if you do Gonya, the Luos will still look at your quality. That's why they rarely bring rubbish to parliament, as Gachagua was saying. For that reason, the questioning part of the Luo nation may either prevent the move towards Ruto or dent that move to the point that even if Luo people support Ruto, it may not be 100%. But more worrying and concerning, if I were Ruto, is that the Luo people did not give Raila sufficient votes. Otherwise, he would have been president. How do we expect them to give Ruto the votes they didn't give Raila at the time he had his best shot at the presidency? Because the numbers are there.
Yeah.
2.1 million voters, 1.4 voted, 700 didn't vote. Raila lost by 200. Raila himself would not agree with that thinking. He said that's part of the propaganda. But we are only going by the figures and the facts.
Yeah.
So if there was a low turnout, nationally, which is we know why. People are losing interest in politics, and that's global actually. So despite that low turnout was a little frightening, and I expect therefore even at his best, even if the entire Luo nation chose to back him, and I've been saying this and people they wait to see. I've been saying this. I would not be surprised, City, if Ruto gets more votes from Mount Kenya than from Luo Nyanza. In actual votes. Wacha kelele mingi, nini, we are orphans, what, Raila told. When, like they say, the rubber meets what? The road. When the dust are settled, we have counted the votes. Zile zimetoka Mount Kenya za Ruto ndio hii, ile imetoka Luo Nyanza ndio hii. Ya Mount Kenya inaweza kuwa mingi.
Does the president,
or not significant difference.
Does the president have the Kushite vote? That northeastern bloc.
Yeah, that's it.
He has it.
That's it. Almost locked. Yeah, almost locked. But unless you tamper with the numbers,
can they be tampered with?
Unless I'm using the word unless you do. There have been stories about porous borders, less vetting, removal of vetting. There are all these stories, refugees voting. These are things that are in the public domain. So unless you play around with the votes, it's not a very significant harvest. Okay? But remember, there's also dispute as to the census, the last census. The people of that region felt their numbers were brought down. But other people are arguing, surely, that increment was not acceptable statistically. So there is still some push and pull as to what are the numbers from that area. But if the numbers were to be as close to genuine as possible, it will still not amount to a lot. So you'll have to add that, add the Rift Valley vote, add the Nyanza vote. The president will do very well at the cost. But you see, these are also sparsely populated areas. So you'll do very well at the cost. So the cost would not go to the opposition as traditionally gone.
Because I understand in the coast we have the Kamba people, we have a lot of Luo people there, we have a lot of Luyas as well.
Yes.
So
within the urban settings.
Okay.
Except for Lamu, where we have like Kenyatta settlement scheme. Yeah, where you have even Kikuyu MPs and so on and so forth. Yeah. But generally, the president will do much better at the cost than he has done before, than Uhuru did, than he did in 2022. Certainly.
So what you're saying essentially is that if we were to vote today,
yes,
the presidency would be Kalonzo's to lose.
Certainly, 100%. Like I said, Raila, and I still insist. People say, you said, Manyora, you predict. First of all, I'm not a magician and I'm not a prophet. I just analyze the figures and the demographics and all these things that I see and the politics of the land. I said, there's no way Ruto was going to win that election. I still maintain Ruto did not win that election. 2020. Raila lost it. Simple. Yeah, Raila lost. That's what you are saying. Kalonzo can lose his election. Ruto, there's no way Ruto can win against Kalonzo. But Kalonzo can lose it. Just like Raila lost it. So that Ruto didn't have to win. All that was required was Raila to lose the election. And he proceeded to lose that election.
The time between now and the election in 2027,
so much can happen.
when you hear the president saying the things he is saying, in my opinion, when politicians speak, they are reacting to something.
Yeah, he knows the truth. The truth is so painful for the president. And because we have the intelligence, he sees these briefings every day.
He does every morning.
He knows, see, your president, the president, if elections were held today, you'll be at 32%. You'll be at 30%. He can't get to 40. 35 he can't. Now. But you see, Ruto is a politician.
Yep.
And he's not sleeping. On the other side, when I say these people attack me, on the other side, these other guys are so complacent. You know, they are sleeping because they think one term is in every corner. So I like the way Jirongo once told Luyas in 2002. He says, you see, Luyas, you think you have already won the election against Moi. Because when a Luya person is in Kitale and scare chibiri chibiri and 2-2, that was Fort Kenya. Chibiri chibiri gets to Bungoma, chibiri chibiri. By the time they get to Webuye, chibiri chibiri, they think
we've got it.
Yeah. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying.
I get you.
That was in 1992 or something like that.
It was.
That is maybe the problem and the undoing of the opposition. Because one term is so widespread, the opposition may forget. In an election, you must translate that to actual voting
numbers,
and actual numbers. You must mobilize, harness, and make sure people turn out to actually vote and maintain that one term up to the ballot. In fact, when you are so popular, some people may even just fail to vote because they know we have won.
Yeah.
Hii kitu tumechukua. Wajaluo wanasema Gini,
ma wasekao.
Wasekao. Hii tumechukua tena.
Ati Gini?
Wasekao.
Wasekao. Hii tumechukua.
Nimesikia ni kama unasema Gini ma wasekao.
Bro, you need the hearing aid ambayo inatoka East kutoa kidogo.
That this thing we already have it. That makes people not turn on. That's why
yes.
In an election such as the 2027 election, the only guarantee the opposition would have is to turn everything into a movement.
What do you mean?
So it's like 202, a wave, euphoric, a serious wave. We are unbogable. We are unbogable. Everybody is moving towards the ballot as one. This issue of tribe disappeared completely in 202. The Luos are the biggest supporters of Kibaki. We, Mpaka Mudavadi, vice president, local seat at home, Hangeshinda. That's what a wave is, what a movement does. What a movement then does is to remove the focus on the presidential candidate. So that it's not like Kibaki is the one people are voting for. It's not like Kalonzo people will be voting for. And that's why I keep saying the opposition has its work cut out for it.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as one term, Ruto must go. That one Moi had for two terms and he still won.
I remember Moi was stated by a certain individual that he was a passing cloud.
Yes.
24 years, you're still a passing cloud, surely. That one, you're a permanent resident.
24 years.
Yes.
Passing.
You can't be passing for 24 years.
Passing cloud.
Yes.
Yes.
It is the same narrative one hears with this one term.
One term.
Problem is this.
Ruto must go.
That's it. I have a problem with this group that calls itself the United Opposition because to begin with, I don't even think they're united. If I look at the individuals who are involved, I am yet to understand what binds them apart from the fact that they want Ruto to vacate that particular job. We have a situation in the country that requires not politics and sloganeering, somebody who thinks through the processes and can talk change.
Okay.
None of these guys are talking change. When you ask them to say, in the background, we are discussing it. And I'm thinking, if you really want change and not to be president or leadership, should you really care who implements change that benefits people? My opinion, perhaps naive, is it shouldn't matter. But the behavior is that the current president seems to have given them, according to the narrative that one hears, an opportunity for them to do the very things most people in the opposition do.
Yeah.
You want to win the presidency by telling us about the incompetence of the incumbent. We live here, for heaven's sake. We also know what is happening. So Why are they telling us what we know? I would rather want to hear what it is they're going to do different. And doing different doesn't mean we'll change policies. That one you've told us absolutely nothing. We'll do things different. Again, you've told us absolutely nothing. What specifically are you going to do? What economic structure or platform are you hoping to engage with? What is it that you're going to introduce that will guarantee that 701 billion Kenya shillings allocated to education actually does what it's supposed to do? Not this nonsense we hear of money sent to schools, then head teachers are supposed to send some money back to Jogo House. Not that nonsense where you're being told you're supposed to build God knows X number of classrooms or labs right across the country, some money is allocated for it, and nobody audits to tell you how many were built or how many are not built. Again, furniture to furnish these schools, these stories are told and the end of it is never told.
But it's not easy, Muga.
Then they should not vie for those jobs, because it is a difficult job, and anybody who wants to be king, you must know what it takes to be in that position. These fellows don't seem to understand that.
And that's part of why Ruto would give them a hard time. You see, what you are saying has a lot of challenges. You know, the voter is not prepared for the hard facts.
Then prepare them.
As a story was told about Kibaki, that people like Kibaki, why they wouldn't be elected. They gave an example of somebody like Kibaki going on the shores like Victoria. And instead of exciting people politically, you are giving the economics of marine economics. Kwamba hapa hii samaki kutoka leo tutakuwa tukiwavua kwa style hii, tunatengeza cold room hapa, alafu tuna processing. People don't want to hear that. People want to hear politics. People want to be excited. So that is where the challenge is. On the one hand, you need to excite the voter. The people who carry the vote. Not Muga, not Manyora, not you. On the other hand, you also need to say what Muga is saying. What is it are you going to do that's different from what Ruto is doing? And Ruto has been challenging them. If they take that for granted, it will be their undoing. So, this is how I keep telling them they need experts. Really experts. Not these sycophants who surround them. People who understand politics and this country well. So somebody will tell you, okay, let's talk about this aspect of the economy. For the attention of City Muga and the rest, within our manifestos and other platforms. But also let us plug the same idea and politicize it. And they present it in a political platform by working on the messaging, so that now the same thing that appears in a serious document, that you sometimes you present occasionally in press conferences, the same issue now is packaged for the voter on a platform. That's what I'm saying. It's challenging. It's not easy, and that's why you find movements have NRA and NRM, the National Resistance Army, the armed wing of the struggle, and National Resistance Movement, the political wing. Now, in this case, we don't have the armed wing. We have the political wing and the economic wing. So while the soldiers are fighting economic war and explaining in town halls, in newspapers, on television, on radio stations, and in your manifesto and elsewhere, and with the donors and other interested parties from outside the country, and also these people are fighting the one term, Ruto must go, blah, blah, blah. But occasionally they pick an item from this other wing, a political thing like unemployment, and they use it on a political platform. That's where they should need to look for people like Manyora here to do that job for them. And I'm not joking. This election, if you do not have narratives, you must have the best storytellers, the people to create the narratives and present the narratives to the people of Kenya. If you are fighting against Ruto and you are not prepared for narratives, my friend, look at the current narrative today. created by the other side, the Ruto side. That look, Kalonzo is a good man. In fact, he's ideal for president. But look at the company he's keeping. My friend, that is a powerful narrative. If you do not debunk that narrative, it can destroy you. And look, another thing they have done. Because it's now clear they are supporting Kalonzo. It's not anything in doubt at all. 20 or so months to the election, which is a good thing. We have been saying this idea of electing a presidential candidate a few months or even or hours before the deadline has not served us well since 2002. Why can't we start where we have a presidential, even MPs, you nominate them early enough. If there are complaints, litigation, they do clear. And the wounds can heal in a party if they are through nominations. You do it early. But you know what? It exposes the candidate. Especially Mdomo. You just say one wrong thing and you are cooked. That is now what Kalonzo must deal with.
So he needs to be silent for the next year.
He has to be very careful.
Actually, yes, not silent. You see, there are people, as the good professor here says, who know how to create narratives. For instance, many of the people in the United Opposition talk about the unemployment problem. That is a negative way of presenting the situation.
Yes.
You should talk about an employment problem, because the employment discussion brings hope.
Yes.
The unemployment, you are restating and you are entrenching the despondency that people already have.
And pinning it on an individual.
Yes.
Through a series of actions.
Yes. And there's no hope you've brought about here.
And we are here. We are here and we can do it.
You see, at the end of the day, if I look at this is a discussion you and I have here, even with people who work in government, and we say, even as we're being polite, you employ people who are supposed to do these things. The need for you to come to a media house to talk about these things, we understand, but it needs to have been out there so that you're being here for an hour simply helps cement what is there. But the truth is, it isn't out there. And yet, you all have people who you call a communication team.
Yes.
So unless push comes to shove, all these people, including the president's people, and this is where the professor is right. If it is a question of selling a narrative of hope, the president is regurgitating what he did when he was on the campaign trail. That is tired news, and people don't particularly want to hear it, because it also resonates with promises that people feel have not been kept. So it doesn't help you. In fact, it has a negative effect when it is said. This other side here, who have an opportunity of a lifetime to actually you see, what the good professor talked about in 2002, we were a country that was hopeful. And so when you had people who resonated with that hope and that change, the movement was not difficult to forge. The formation of Ford and the other Fords and the support of people like Matiba, why that movement was possible was because people needed change, and some of these individuals resonated with that aspiration for change. Right now, tell me, of these leaders in the opposition, which one resonates with the narrative of change?
They must deal with the issue that there isn't a figure who creates a sense of hope, who embodies hope.
Yes.
Who is bold, who is an inspiration.
Yes.
Even to the to the young people and so on. That in the absence of that figure makes the job for these guys even more difficult.
Yes. Because they seem to be entrenching their status quo with their narratives.
Yeah.
And the status quo is what led to the narrative of Ruto must go on one term to be popularized. And yet now, it's sounding like somebody singing with a flat tone.
And it's very difficult because, you see, it is so difficult.
Yep.
Because I still maintain they are going up against a very tough guy who can read them from 18 vile vijana wanasema. Anawasoma wakiwa 18. Anawaona. That's Ruto for you.
Yeah.
So but they have time to work on some of these challenges. They are by no means easy challenges. They are quite difficult challenges.
Now, these folks in the opposition, number one, there are quite many.
Yes.
The principals, that is, and of course they come with other people who are also supporting them behind. How will they? Because there's been a conversation, I think it was last week, about how they'll divide power. And again, the president was actually ridiculing that whole situation of 50% this, 50% that, 10% here and there. How are they going to come together and decide, okay, you will be this, you will be this one, I will take this, and so on and so forth?
I think it's more or less, it comes out more or less naturally. It begins with seniority. Look, they are coalescing around Kalonzo. He to use the word of a friend of mine called David, he told me this. He's a glue that is holding the opposition together. So it's not in the same way Raila was quite the obvious choice, but Kalonzo is fitting the bill of being the obvious choice.
Meaning he's good enough.
He's good enough. So that should not be a problem. Now the question then becomes, and they have to wrestle with this, who deputizes him? If you give Matiang'i, you run the danger of leaving Western open for attack by Ruto. So you have to lock Western. And there's no better way of locking Western than giving Natembeya or Wamalwa the running mate. So you see, that's also sealed. The only challenge will be with it to Wamalwa, or that's a local domestic issue that can be sorted out at the national.
I think I read somewhere in the same report that perhaps Natembeya will be DP, then Wamalwa becomes speaker.
Thing like those.
Yes,
and he may think he's the senior of the two, but that's not a problem. So you lock Western. So that's easy to decide. Now you get to the prime minister position, and I've argued that it is possible for either side to push for a prime minister. And if I was the one pushing for it, I'll do it in a very nice way. I've said it in one of my videos. I'll go to the Supreme Court right away and say, we want to introduce the position of prime minister, but that's not why we are here in court. We are here for advisory of the court, so that nobody else questions and challenges what we have in mind. What do we have in mind is to introduce a 7th ballot. So people vote for MCA, ballot 1, MP, women rep, president. Those are 6. Another one is a referendum. It happens in many countries.
Okay.
So this referendum question will be yes or no. Do we have a prime minister or not? With the powers and all things already stipulated in the bill. But for the voter, it is just yes or no. Once the Supreme Court says yes, these formations will be going to the elections with a powerful position of prime minister. So now the question becomes, who gets it? Is it Matiang'i or is it Madakarua or Gachagua on behalf of the mountain?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't that position already exist in the name of PCS?
No, that's rubbish.
No.
We are talking about really substance, a really position.
It is not legal. Let me put it simply.
But it is there.
It is there, but it's neither here nor there. You know, in 2017, I was part of the people who were crafting something for NASA.
Okay.
At that time, I was doing it from the ANC side. I came up with a late friend of mine called Nanjakululu, God rest his soul. We crafted the idea of a chief minister. And we looked at the constitution, and we were able to back it with the constitution.
What happened?
You know, when the parties, there were about 4, Isaac Ruto, CCM, Ford Kenya, Wetangula, ANC Mudavadi, and ODM Raila, when they finally agreed and settled on Raila, it wasn't as easy as people might have think. When they agreed, now they went to work from one office, and now each party sent people to that place. I was not part of those who were sent by NC, and the idea just died like that. It was I laughed,
but that's an anticlimax.
Yeah,
I was waiting.
That's how it died. Because we had crafted something very good with my friend, the late Nanjakululu, was the 4 principles. Okay, so Raila is the president and has 1 or 2 key ministries. Kalonzo is the vice president. Under him, there are sector ministries, each sector. Then Mudavadi is the chief minister with sector ministries. Chief ministry, the key among them was interior. Mudavadi was going to have interior, and then his chief minister also. Isaac Ruto, devolution and things related to devolution, that kind of thing. So it's possible you can have a prime cabinet thing or a chief minister, the way I saw it, with the teeth. This one was crafted in a lazy way. But I'm saying a really prime minister position through a referendum during the election day, is it 10th of August 2027? And the question will be, do you give it to Gema?
Okay.
Or do you give it to Matiang'i? That's where the challenge would be. Now they will have to figure out, what does giving Matiang'i mean? What does giving Gema mean? What does 2032 look like? In that configuration, Kalonzo will have to agree and to accept and to avoid the Kibaki way that he is one
term.
It makes it easier for them now to plan, to agree now. If Kalonzo is going for 5 years, then he leaves. Now, when he leaves, the question will be, will Natembeya then be the presidential candidate? Or would we say, in the pecking order is younger, we can reverse a bit.
And we give it to Eugene.
You give it, not Eugene, you give it maybe to Matiang'i, who may be slightly older. They can figure out. So this election arrangement will have to go up to 2037. So that way they will figure it out.
My problem with all these arrangements is I do not see how the citizens benefits from all this.
Where in politics have citizens been in the picture?
Gentlemen,
that is precisely the point.
Tumefika tamati.
Asante.
Thank you so much, Professor. Let's have this conversation again next week, and I hope you'll make time.
I will.
All right.
This is my home.
Ushasema.
Nataka tu munigawie shamba kidogo.
Tutoke hivi ni kuonyesha ofisi ya mdosi.
Yes.
Nigawie shamba kidogo.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Nyali, Mombasa have arrested a woman accused of staging a fake robbery against her British boyfriend after luring him to her apartment for a dream date. The suspect, Samira Mombi Kiarie, is said to have worked with two accomplices who posed as a hungry husband and a fake police officer, forcing the Briton to send 800,000 Kenya shillings through mobile transfer. Detectives later arrested Samira and Paul Mangeni, also known as Paulo, linking them to a syndicate that targets foreigners through dating sites. Both are in custody as police hunt for a third suspect. Kenya's new education system is transforming how students are assessed and guided into senior school, bringing both opportunities and challenges for learners, parents, and teachers. Under the competency-based curriculum, evaluation is now spread across several years, so a student's final grade is no longer decided by one exam. Speaking to Radio Generation on Tuesday, Boaz Waruko, strategy and policy advisor at Elimu Bora Working Group, said the system is designed to track learners' progress right from the early grades.
KPSEA results will constitute 20% of what the overall grade would be, or overall marks. Then grade 7 and grade 8 assessment, which are school-based, combined will also constitute 20%. So now the Kinyang'anyiro, or the struggle that they were having just a week or two ago of KJSEA, all that which they were doing for the national, which is more like a summative exam, but then it constitutes only 60%. Look at the difference with 844. 844, they were doing it at Standard 8.
Yeah.
KCP, you get your 100%, it is 100%.
Teachers in Kenya will transition to the Social Health Authority medical scheme starting December 1st, following an agreement between the government and teachers' unions. The move affects over 400,000 teachers and their dependents, replacing the Minet Kenya cover that has provided nationwide medical services for years. The decision, finalized on November 10th, 2025, follows extensive decisions and consultations.
This scheme is going to improve much more what we had earlier. So if we had additional benefits, surely, and that is what we can go for. So it was stated clearly, but we've been told here it is forward. 4 minutes? 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Yeah. Look at issues of reauthorization that weighed us down every other time.
The U.S. Senate has passed a crucial funding bill that could bring the longest government shutdown in history to an end within days. The bill passed in a 60-40 vote late on Monday, with nearly all Republicans joining 8 Democrats who splintered from the party to approve it. The deal funds the government until the end of January. The House of Representatives will now have to pass the bill before President Donald Trump can sign it into effect. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, na tunawapenda nyinyi wote ambao mmetune in on our YouTube platform, that is at Radio Generation Kenya, and also on X at Radio Gen KE. Thank you so much for coming through. Before we start our morning conversation, CT, Warren Buffett has retired from his position that he held in his company, his media company. And he's decided to. I'm actually finding that news story.
It's not a media company.
Let me just find
an investment company.
I'm confusing him with Rupert Murdoch, but yes. Yeah. So this is what he said earlier on. He's in his exit speech and saying bye-bye to his company. He said that one perhaps self-serving observation: I am happy to say I feel better about the second half of my life than the first. My advice: don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. Learn at least a little from them and move on. It is never too late to improve. Get the right heroes and copy them. You can start with Tom Murphy. He was the best. And he went on to say so many things that took so much tutalala hapa hivi. But the point is, he's retired. He invested severally in very many companies, including Apple wenye wanatengeneza iPhone na MacBook. He also
Coca-Cola.
Yes, Coca-Cola is one of the companies. Chevron Corporation, wanatengeneza Chevron ni wa magari, si ndio? Then there is also
waliingilia makompyuta na vitu kama hizo pia.
Yes. American Express, Bank of America Corporation. American Express is for a lot of people watu wanatumianga Visa. Okay, kuna Visa, kuna Mastercard, alafu sasa kuna American Express pia. Then in so many companies. He also invested in Amazon. He also invested in Capital One Financial, United Health Group, and many other companies. I think there are over about 41 companies, if I'm not wrong. And he invested a total of 257.5 billion. Yeah. So he has retired na bado pesa ataendelea kutengeneza hata akifunga macho. Yeah. So good for him and his company and his family.
One of the things that he said in his book he was among the people who did not favor the idea of leaving all his wealth to his children. No. He'd enable them, he'd leave them something, but the entirety of his wealth, he was not a believer that is what he should do. It did not represent what I'm paraphrasing as a responsible parenting. No.
Let me read one last paragraph from him. This is, again, one of the few final thoughts that he had as he retired. He said, I write this as one who has been thoughtless countless times and made many mistakes, but also became very lucky in learning from some wonderful friends how to behave better. Still a long way from perfect, however. He said, keep in mind that the cleaning lady is as much a human being as the chairman. Big shout out to
Warren Buffett.
I almost said Rupert Murdoch again. To Warren Buffett. All right, let's get into our conversation for this particular day. We want to talk about challenges and solutions for Kenyan MSMEs accessing East African markets. And with us in studio, we do have Yusuf Abdirahman Adan. Yusuf, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Let's talk about your company, that is Agri Propac Limited, where you are an export manager. What is Agri Propac Limited all about?
Okay, my name is Yusuf Rahman Adan. Let me do rectify.
Yes, please.
I'm a distributor. Not an export manager.
Okay.
Sorry for that. For just
right. Okay. We'll correct that.
Yeah, no problem.
But thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'm a Kenyan trader. I deal with the Agri Propac Limited as a distributor. They produce local juices, fruit juices, many varieties. For the last almost from 2013. I was dealing with them as a distributor.
All right.
For their products. We have started from low, very small volume. I remember it was like 200 carton samples by the time the factory they have started the work. But now our products cross the borders to all East Africa.
All right.
To Uganda, South Sudan, Somalia, and Kenya. Locally, we are one of the players. So that's Agri Propac.
So you were saying that initially when they started off, they were doing about 200 cartons.
There were very few. I'm just telling you where I have started. It was very low, but now we the company has grown well.
All right.
Yes.
Do you know the volumes that you're now currently moving, daily or weekly, monthly, maybe?
As a distributor. There is a challenges we have in. We have the capacity of the companies are very big.
All right.
Daily capacity we can do and we can manufacture daily for local and export is like average of 10,000 cartons per day.
Okay.
We can produce or like average of 240 feet containers, which capacity like 60 containers. A month week, that's our capacity.
Okay.
But since and our main market it is northeastern and eastern, also Ethiopia, crossing through Moyale border.
Okay.
Also Somalia and Ethiopia through Mandera exit, and also Ethiopia. And Mandera is a border which is 3 countries, Somalia, Kenya and Ethiopia. So also the product crossed to Ethiopia in good volume from Mandera.
Okay.
On the soft, we call soft. On the other side, the product cross through the river.
Okay.
Because there is no bridge between Kenya and Ethiopia, and before and Somalia, and on the other side of Mandera border, which is Beled Hawa town, our products is crossing. Our customers coming to Mandera and they are buying the product.
Okay.
Because the challenge we have, we don't have we cannot. The border is closed. So that's the main challenge we are having as a manufacturer, as a distributor.
Yeah.
So that's why I was really requesting for this meeting to at least to mention the challenges we are facing.
Yeah.
So if the border open as usually, we may reach that level and more because our products welcome on the other side of Somalia, like the whole Jubaland.
Yes,
they like our products.
So what happens when, like you said, when a border like that one is not open? You go through a different route, another country. What happens now?
Now Somalia, they are part of East Africa.
Yes.
I think they are the newly joined East Africa last year after DRC and South Sudan. Those are last three countries joined EAC.
Right.
Like Somalia, since they have joined last year, the border by sea is open.
Okay.
And by air is open. You see, our mirror is going to Somalia, and the air is open to each other, and also by sea.
Yeah.
Supplying from Mombasa to all Somali ports, to Kismayo, to Berbera, to Mogadishu. All those routes is open by sea. But the challenge is we have very long border with Somalia.
Yes.
From Lamu County, Garissa County, Wajir County, and Mandera County. Those 4 counties we have border with Somalia. So, and Mandera, it has a good custom border control.
Okay.
It's like, I can say like Busia or Malaba. It's like similar. And population-wise, Ethiopia, we have border with Ethiopia, which is landlocked country, which is good opportunity. And if the border on Mandera is open, it is good opportunity for those 3 countries all. And let me take this opportunity also as a distributor and trader, and also there is other local export products that's really needed in that region.
Yeah.
One of the examples, my company also, or as an individual, I also assist for export market. Grain Industries Limited. It's called. It's one of the biggest manufacturers for wheat flour. So currently we're exporting to DRC. Yes.
Okay.
We have started this year. Also, there is a process of taking our product to South Sudan. It's under process because there is a documentation and approvals we are waiting from KRA.
Okay.
Because when we import the wheat, it has to be exempted in order to export out of the country. So in that regard, I have seen a big opportunity also on Madeira side, like that wheat flour that it's like Aja product, Aja brand.
Yeah.
Yes, and for the export level, I'm the one who assisting them for that market for the regions outside out of Kenya. So in that particular area, especially Mandera, because all the other borders we have with Somalia, Mandera is the right one because we have 3 countries joined together,
right?
And also our custom is well built, so the other borders will be open gradually. But if the government started that one, whatever security challenge that is, it's not my business. I'm talking about as a trader.
Yeah.
So for the both communities, for those 3 regions, it is very important if local traders from that region. I'm also from Mandera County.
Okay.
In fact, it will really good opportunity for the local manufacturers.
Okay.
Also, the other good item that will move freely, it is cooking oil manufactured from Kenya. In Mombasa, we have there is investors, Kenyan investors, really invested heavily, and in oil, in cooking oil sector, and in Mombasa we have export processing zone, EBZ in Mombasa. So they bring the bulk or material as a crude from Malaysia or Indonesia. They do manufacture here.
That is now the palm oil, I think.
Palm oil or cooking or palm oil, or vegetable oil.
Oh, okay.
Those one.
Yeah.
We do now. We are manufacturing in Mombasa.
Okay.
So that manufacture, one of them I can mention, Buani Oil. They heavily invested. So the director, I met with him 2 months ago.
Right.
Discussing the challenges and how that market of cooking oil from Kenya manufacturers, one of Kenya manufacturer, and how we can at least this challenge can be sorted, so that that also cooking oil from that manufacturer.
You've mentioned earlier on about Kari. There's something you're waiting from Kari, so that you're able to export. I think it was to Sudan, South Sudan.
South Sudan, yes.
In terms of also expectations in South Sudan, are you also dealing with their revenue authority there, the way you're dealing with the KRA here in Kenya, or once you've dealt with the Kenyan one, it's free flowing into South Sudan?
Okay, it's a good question. There's a new rule from South Sudan Revenue Authority. I think it was last year around December, because after when they joined to East Africa. I don't know, maybe the government of Kenya requested that.
Right.
So now they are taking their taxes locally. They are receiving their tax in advance in Mombasa office.
Oh.
Yes.
So you pay everything in the Mombasa office?
In Mombasa office. When you imported,
right.
When we imported the products through Mombasa, going to South Sudan, you have to pay in advance at Mombasa.
Okay.
So because we are part of East Africa and South Sudan, we are also sisters also. Because the other manufacturers from Uganda, they exempted from that.
Okay.
That they won't pay the duties in advance. They should pay at the border of South Sudan.
Okay.
So if I can show you some documents.
Sure.
This is the agreement I'm having 1 minute. Yes,
okay.
Sorry.
Also, as you get the document, perhaps.
1 minute.
Yeah. So this is on the subject of request for exemption from e-permit to our export products of wheat, maize flour, grain. This is now Grain Industries Limited.
Yes.
Okay, so you're looking. This is now from the Assistant Commissioner. This is the Assistant Commissioner, South Sudan Revenue Authority in Mombasa, Kenya. So they actually have an office in Mombasa, Kenya.
Yes. Then they accepted our approval. This is the result.
All right. So the Republic of South Sudan responded, and they have actually exempted you from enforcement of e-permits for Grain Industries Limited for wheat and flour imports to South Sudan. And this is just a conversation between you and them. You didn't have to go through our government. You didn't have to go through the CS for trade in Kenya or PS or anyone.
All that my level. I have did my level. All that communications.
Wow.
Yes, but the Grain Industries, they really assisted also because we are partner in the business since I have the contract with them. Covering East African and their products for export.
Yes.
So I have did my level best to receive all those documents. So now Grain Industry Limited are working to get from KRA some approvals when they import the wheat.
Yes.
So that we want to pay the excess duty.
Right.
So that it will be processed locally and we do it export to South Sudan.
You know, I like what you're saying in this respect. When one hears of trade within the East African community, it's like you're having a textbook discussion. Now you are actually a trader.
Yes.
You actually somebody, because even what you've just told my colleague who's called Paul Mbuvi, it is interesting that you want to do business with South Sudan, you can actually complete all these processes that are normally required at the border in Mombasa, so that by the time you're getting there, all you do is present the papers. Now, Bernardan, tell us a little bit about your company, okay? The idea behind it, how old it is, why you got into this business, why grain and oil and not vehicles, because you could also be trading in motors. Tell us a little bit your company so that the listener can actually understand a little bit more about the company.
Okay. That's a good question. I'm in this field of trade for the last 15 years.
Yes.
And I'm a family business ground from my background. So when this company is the example, one of the example is Agri-Burback.
Yes.
When they invented that idea and they produced that local juice, they were looking at market. They were looking someone who will assist them for supplying their product, so that the product will reach to their customers and then to the end users. So as a trader, I'm trading for food items. That is my.
That is your area of speciality.
Yes. For food items.
Yes.
Export local products and importing and from many countries.
Yes.
Like India, Turkey, Egypt, and Emirates, and from Dubai.
Yeah.
In transit Mombasa to South Sudan, to Congo, and also local products. We get distributorship from the manufacturers and we distribute. So that's my specialty. Yes.
What, apart from just the trade within East Africa, do you trade with any other countries which are not in East Africa? Maybe Central Africa or West Africa?
If we say Central Africa, you mean DRC? Or
No,
DRC is part of now
East Africa.
They are now East Africa.
I know it's where geographically it's in the middle, but I'm thinking of Central African Republic, for instance. Okay, because then they start neighboring those countries which are actually in West Africa.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking.
I understand. As a trader, I look the opportunities.
Yes.
Where the
where the opportunity arises.
Very close.
Yes.
Like DRC. After when they joined East Africa, it's a population-wise 150 million.
Yeah, DRC is quite a huge population.
Yes. And Ethiopia, which is landlocked, bordering with Somalia and Kenya also.
Ethiopia also has a very big population.
And they are like we can say it's like part of East Africa.
Right.
So the opportunity, and South Sudan is a landlocked country.
Yes, it is.
Also, Somalia is they are coming up back again.
But they are not landlocked, and they have a coastline that is even bigger than ours.
The opportunity in Somalia.
Yes.
All the manufacturers, no manufacturing, and we are manufacturing. And we have the biggest border with Somalia.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
So now, one of the very interesting. Somali regions, those who have those part border with Kenya, they would like to have and use Kenyan products because of the quality. There is a lot of problems of lack of quality in Somalia. There is no standard control quality.
Now you're talking about the manufacturers in Somalia.
There is no the example our like now the three field I told you: cooking oil, There's no cooking oil manufactured in Somalia. I told you wheat flour.
Yes.
There is no
farms producing
flour mill
in Somalia.
Yes.
The juices, no one is there.
Yeah.
So one of the examples, and there are many. So, Somali traders on these regions,
yes,
especially on the border with Mandera. After this border closed, for the last 2 years, there is a big challenge they are also having. You know, there is a road connecting to Mogadishu.
Yeah.
All the 3 bridges connecting to Mogadishu, that it's called Geda region, which is part of Jubaland.
Okay.
All the bridges collapsed.
All right.
So that region is like disconnected now from Mogadishu. It's like landlocked from Mogadishu. They are part of Jubaland, but they are border with Mandera, border with Ethiopia, which is very far from Kismayo.
Okay.
So those area traders and our Mandera traders, for the last 1 year, we were really discussing how they were requesting us, if it's possible, we can use Mombasa. They can use Mombasa.
So you go by boat, by sea?
No, that's another. By sea is open, no issue.
Okay.
But if the challenge of border closure is, if there any solution, or the government open the border because now Somalia, they are part of East Africa.
Yeah.
So now some Somali traders in the fair, you see now they are in the East Africa trade fair now, but they came by air from Mogadishu.
Yes.
Why not from those traders from other border of Mandera?
All right.
They cannot attend because the border is closed.
Adam, let me understand you.
Yeah.
Because if I'm listening to what you're saying, my mind went to the times when I used to travel by road a great deal on the Nairobi, Nakuru, Kisumu, Busia highway, and I would meet very many lorries. Some would be going to Tanzania, some were bound for Uganda, some were bound for DRC. So these traders, are they suggesting that they would also like to have access to the port of Mombasa, like these people whom I've mentioned, where their lorry can come from their country and come directly to Mombasa?
Good question again. Mandera, it is a border town with Ethiopia and Somalia.
Yes.
Which is very strategic location. When you see them at the map.
Yeah.
When those traders come to us and they're asking, can we use, can you ask your government
if we can use Mombasa?
If we can use Mombasa for their trade. Because the road of Mogadishu is because of the disconnection of the bridges. And up to now, it's almost 2 years now. It's a population of 3 million people. Now they are using Ethiopia at that point, and Ethiopia is a landlocked. They are receiving the product from Berbera, which is Red Sea.
Okay.
Yeah, that's far.
You understand the point they're asking Mombasa?
Yeah, that is far.
You understand? When you check the map from Mandera to Berbera, it's 1,500 kilometers.
I'm actually looking at the map right now, guys. That's why.
That's very interesting.
So here is Mandera, right?
Yes.
I know the audience can't see, but I'm asking for my also own benefit. So here is Mandera.
Yes.
We are saying that where is Berbera?
On the other side here, see, go far.
It's up there.
Look at the map of Ethiopia.
On the last end of other side of Red Sea.
Okay.
Look at Ethiopia and then move further beyond Ethiopia.
Very close, opposite of Yemen, my friend.
Yes, I can see. Yeah, it's very far.
You see?
It's actually very far.
So it's coming from Berbera, crossing to Ethiopia, until come to Mandera.
Yes.
That's how those population on Somali Mandera border,
yes,
they are currently receiving their items, food items and essential things. Imagine how serious it is. So the trader on that corner, they are saying now, because now we are part of East Africa.
Yes.
Is there a point as a both traders from Mandera and Beled Hawa town, which is border with Mandera, we can use Mombasa as transit.
Okay.
Because when I imported now as expert on that field, if I bring example and rice from India example
right
to Mombasa, it will take 9 days to come.
Yes.
9 days.
9 days.
How long does it take from that port in Djibouti? You're going there?
Yes, I'm coming to. So from India to Mombasa,
9 days.
9 days. Then the consignee and the buyer is Beled Hawa, which is border with Mandera.
Yes.
So if the border is open, since Somalia now they are part of East Africa.
Yes.
And that network come to Mombasa.
Yes.
From Mombasa through road.
Right. How long will it take?
Through Cliffy County.
Yes.
Tana River County. Garissa County. Wajir County.
Right.
Mandera County. Within 2 days, that product from Mombasa,
yes,
maximum 3 days, from Mombasa to Mandera, Emishafika.
Okay.
And from Berbera to on the border with Ethiopia, 2 weeks, my friend.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but it's because I'm trying to understand, and I know you said it's because the roads and the bridges are non-existent.
Non-existent in that border with Mandera. So that population, which is Gather region, they really, the traders and us are traders from Mandera.
Yes.
So we took their request to our governor.
And what did the governor say?
The governor now is working with the relevant authority like minister, interior minister, and we are billing from the president, from the interior minister, from our governor, to look at that matter.
Yes.
Very, very seriously.
Okay.
Because we are all needed to each other in that particular corner.
Okay.
Points of 3 or border point 1 Mandera, Beled Hawa, and Ethiopia.
Yeah.
It's a very good opportunity for the business for both for all the 3 countries. It's very beneficial.
Let me understand, because from the conversation we're having right now, some of these things we are talking about are very they require lots of money, and I want to understand in terms of funding. How does the business how is the business funded basically, and especially in terms of expansion? Is it loans from the bank, or is it like how is it done?
Okay, example, our juice or our wheat flour, which is Aja brand, or the other example I told you, the cooking oil.
Cooking oil, yes.
Those all, especially cooking oil and wheat flour, it's very essential. Every morning you have to bite bread.
True.
You have to add that bread. That zabati you have to add oil also.
True.
Also the juice is since that heavy in a very hot area, is very essential also.
Okay.
So the question you said is a good question. As a traders, example, our brand now, Fanaka.
Yes.
If that border opened, we will receive the money advance from our customers, from on the other side from Somalia. Then we export. So the KRA work to arm with their seal, to protect up to the border. That's not our business. For us, we can receive the money from the clients.
Okay.
We produce for them the product in the time frame we have agreed, the quality wise we have agreed. Then we deliver. That's our work.
Okay.
So our products, our brands are well known in that region, Also, let me take the opportunity also. Not only the cooking oil and for the request, one of the requests for that Aja brand, for that corner, over 50 containers every month for that corner alone we can supply.
50 containers?
Yes.
20 or 40 foot? 40 foot containers.
The longest lorry.
Yeah, the long ones.
It's like 29 to 30 ton by 50. It's one product in that corner.
In 1 month, 50 of them.
50 for the cooking oil. Minimum 100 for the cooking oil, which that's our local.
Yes.
Our local manufacturers benefit.
Yes.
You understand? Over 100 containers, which is times 30 ton, which is 3,000 ton. Our local manufacturers for cooking oil will benefit. The other manufacturers for the wheat flour will benefit. For our juice, average of 10 containers. So that is almost 160 containers, which is only 3 items.
So
about from the building materials and other parts of business, which is not my field. But I'm talking about what our group of companies can do monthly in that corner if the government open that border.
Yeah.
So essentially you're saying there is a lot of business that can actually be had, and this business of course goes directly to how much KRA will benefit from just that particular business.
Not only KRA.
Yes.
KRA, transporters, local restaurants. How many for using that route? We are receiving that money, a lot of money back, a lot of revenue.
Do you know I have chosen to speak of KRA? Yeah?
Yes.
That value chain you speak of, lorries use oil. Abbas, you know where I'm going with my thinking.
Yes,
everything that you do in that process from this one business, KRA benefits
tremendously.
Yes, they do. The multiplicity of activities which involve money and revenue. So at the end of the day, just that one action produces this ripple effect where now there are all these entities that previously there was no money coming from. Suddenly there'll be money, and it's coming monthly and consistently. That's why I chose KRA. Yes.
Very good.
Because they represent everybody in this. Yes.
Very good.
And now that we're talking about transport, I also have another question. Because of the distances involved, and here I want you to educate me. Isn't it easier to actually use planes? I know it might make the product more expensive, but I think in the long run, is it something that can actually be considered, or is it already been done?
You know, that point I'm talking about is Mandera, Somalia, and Ethiopia points.
Yes.
Where we're requesting border to be open, and we're billing from our government to consider that matter, so that we all benefit.
Yeah.
Now, whatever going to Mandera and going to all Nordistan and these regions, they are part of Kenya. We are using lorries and transport. The road is okay, no issue. The road is okay.
Yeah, but now in terms of getting that same product into Somalia, into the different areas in Somalia.
Okay. That's the point. Okay, when the product reach Mombasa, as I told you, there is authorities will be involved.
Yes.
Monitoring and make sure the product will reach at the border. So when the product reach at Mandera border point or crossing point, the buyer is not Kenyan.
Okay.
The buyer is a company registered in Somalia.
Yes.
But on the border with Mandera. It's like Malaba and Busia on the other side, Uganda, and like that.
Yes.
Or Tanzania border with like. So the product is coming under the name under the consignee, under the buyer of company registered in Somalia.
Okay.
Location at Beled Hawo, Madera border, on the other part. So when the container reach at the border, the KRA will process their documents and make sure that that product exit the country. That is their work, because they have started arming and sealing from Mombasa, and now they have created a new model which they call e-sealing. So that product until reach where the destination end
cannot be opened.
You get my point?
Okay.
So it's protected. So when the product reach that border, the lorry or the container carrying the product will cross to Somalia on the other side, which is like less than a kilometer.
Okay.
Will offload and come back. It's a business.
Also, for them, they don't get really into
No. At that point of border.
All right.
Those traders who are at that border who approach us as traders from Mandera.
Right.
That then we have received their request, as I told you.
Okay.
So the product when it reach the border, it will cross to Somalia.
All right.
It will offload on Somali side. Then Kenyan trucks will come back to their.
This is what I thought. So I thought you get the product from here, you drive it all the way to Mandera, cross Mandera, and for example, you drive it all the way to probably a place like.
No, just the border. That border.
Okay.
No, it's not. You are not going far.
All right.
The consignee address, it's Mandera border. It's like a mile. On the other side,
into Somalia.
In Somalia, Beled Hawo. So another town is called Beled Hawo.
I get it now.
You understand? So the other point, and that is by road, by sea. As I told you earlier, in Mombasa, and I don't know if I have I shared it to your colleague. Okay. Yes. For your information.
Yes.
Please see this information.
All right. So this is Grain Industries Limited.
This is analysis.
Yes.
Analysis certificate for where the sample came from. Where?
So I'm trying to read.
We have received the Somali traders from Mogadishu.
Yes. Oh yeah, Somalia. Yes.
Okay. I was talking. I finished the part of Mandera and that. Now I'm coming to the by sea. How we can supply our local products.
Yes.
By sea. I want to come to that now. Okay. And traders from Somalia. They are having a challenge, especially from Mogadishu. Especially for the wheat flour. There is no manufacturing wheat flour in Somalia. In Mogadishu.
Right.
Somalia, they join East Africa. We discussed and we presented our plan. Those traders, since now this GIL, Grain Industries Limited, they have a modern Germany and Swiss machines.
Wow.
With capacity 3,000 tons per day.
This is they can manufacture up to 3,000 tons per day of wheat flour.
Of which is 100 containers per day.
Okay.
Means that apart from Kenya, when they take the share, market share from Kenya, if they produce daily maybe 30 containers or 50, the other 50 we can feed to East Africa. Like South Sudan, as I told you, we have the approval.
So you're saying these are new machines that have already arrived and they are currently being in use?
They have really invested.
Okay.
I have chosen this factory because I know the quality. I don't want to fail my partners.
Yes.
And the market, I'm really pushing. So that's why they give me that contract of on supplying on their behalf for export.
All right.
In East Africa.
Continue with the story of Mogadishu.
Okay.
And going by sea. I want to follow this thought process.
Very good,
yes.
very good. So, so the traders, we told them now you are part of East Africa. They told us we are receiving our wheat flour from Turkey.
Okay.
Before it was taken up to 30 days. But now it will take 60 days to arrive in Mogadishu because of Red Sea problem from last year.
Okay.
This Red Sea problems with this Yemeni Houthis problem.
Oh yeah.
On the Red Sea. So I remember there is a containers I have ordered from Turkey myself to Dar es Salaam, through Dar es Salaam, taken to, it was last year.
Yes.
I took to our market to DRC, Lubumbashi, through Dar es Salaam. It took 65 days to arrive Dar es Salaam. Add another
from Turkey.
From Turkey to Dar es Salaam.
It was coming by ship.
By ship.
65 days.
65 days to arrive. Since I told you.
Which route did they follow? Did they go via South Africa?
Via South Africa through Durban, joining up to here, Atlantic Ocean.
So they came from Turkey, went all the way above North Africa, went to West Africa. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, this is the challenge.
Came down to South Africa.
Atlantic Ocean,
Wakashuka.
coming to South Africa, through Durban, up to reach to Indian Ocean.
So that is what took 65
It
days.
happened to me myself. The experience I'm talking about. So I was really advising those Somali traders, especially from Mogadishu. I was really advising them, since now we have these modern machines at Mombasa.
Right.
And Somalia and Kenya, they are sisters countries now together.
Yes.
All together in East Africa. Why are you sending your hard currency to Turkey, my friend? And we can supply to you by the date we have received your money in the factory account.
Right.
Processing, arranging the logistic and the shipping, and delivering at your Mogadishu boat.
Right.
We can sign that agreement in 2 weeks.
So they can have, from the point where they requested, paid everything, in 2 weeks they have their product
at Mogadishu. With the high standard and international standard product.
What did they say?
That's why they took the option.
Yes.
They send the sample.
Right.
The best one they are bringing from Turkey. We took to our lab. This is the specification out from the lab. That's what I was showing to you.
So now that business belongs to you.
We are partner with GIL.
Yeah.
We are partner with GIL.
Right.
And Somali partners in Somalia, in Mogadishu, because they are the one who buying from us.
Okay. So you saved them a lot of time and money.
And money. And also there is other traders who are bringing and we don't know where that quality came from.
Yes.
The unknown quality product, where from Turkey or from India or from Egypt, we don't know. Or the expired product, changed back. Who will control? There is no control in Somalia.
Okay.
For quality.
Right. So they don't have an equivalent of Kenya.
But now they are. I was hearing that now they are really trying. So the traders, they really like the idea. They send their sample.
Okay.
We put to our lab in Mombasa, grain industry lab. Successful report came. We shared with them. So they give us a big volume order.
Okay.
Now GIL is working on it.
There's a question here, if I may read it, from a viewer.
Yes.
This viewer is called Star Kenya. And anasema hivi, it is great to have such pioneers pushing for open trade boundaries. And then he asks, does the African Continental Free Trade Area play any role in your predicament, and indeed for all SMEs? So the question here is basically about the African Continental Free Trade Area. Does it play any role in what you're currently doing or going through as far as export is concerned?
Yes, of course. We already have such things, and I'm already doing it already. It's part of like Egypt,
right?
Kenya, it's part of COMESA, apart from East Africa community. Kenya, they are part of COMESA also. There is the trade between Kenya and Egypt is a big volume also.
Right.
Yes, it is.
I think they are the biggest buyer of our tea. Yes.
Egypt, Sudan have been our biggest buyers of tea on the continent.
For tea.
Yes. And
So-
we've also been buying wheat. We have been buying wheat from Egypt.
So there is confectioners and items. You know, they are very specialized for cakes and confectioners, and they call halawa. We're receiving, myself, I'm importing some products from Egypt through that scheme.
Yeah.
We call, we will only pay VAT, we will not pay duty.
Okay.
Which is COMESA scheme. Yes.
So all these trade organizations are helping basically just make this process a smooth one.
Of course.
You know, from what I hear you saying, and why this story is of interest to me, you know, you're actually documenting verbally a process by which business people on this continent, forget East Africa, can actually work with each other. Somebody is able to do this better than you. So you sign an agreement with them. So instead of with some distant country, right within the boundaries of your continent, you are actually able to access the very thing you want. Same quality, probably lower cost, and in a much, much shorter time. So the economies of both your countries now begin to grow.
Yeah.
Yes, because when we do that business outside the continent, those are the economies that we are now actually supporting, as opposed to our own. Yes.
In fact, yes, it is a really true. Like one of the examples is DRC now.
Okay.
DRC is a big market.
Yeah.
To us. And when you see the percentage that we export to DRC, it's not even 1%. So I was a first trader. I was the first Kenyan trader who exported wheat flour from GIL using this route from Mombasa, Longa. You know, we're very close to Tanzania on that.
Tanzania, the Lunga, yes.
On the other side is the Horo.
Yes.
So I did in transit. My brother was in transit from export from Kenya, going to DRC, Lumumbashi.
Using that Lunga route.
Using that Lunga route from Mombasa. Because the factory are in Mombasa. All the way in Garissa, and I mean in Tanzania, up to the exit point, Tunduma, Zambia, Zambia and Tanzania and Zambia border. On the other side, they call Nikonde town on Zambia side. On Kenya side, I mean in Tanzania side. On Tanzania side, it's Tunduma town. It's a very busy town. I was there. So I used that route to make sure my brother to reach DRC.
Yeah.
So when I'm in border with Zambia and Tanzania, I'm like 500 kilometer where I'm going.
Yeah.
My product will cross to DRC.
Okay.
So it's like taking export product from Mombasa to South Sudan.
Okay.
Mombasa to Goma on Eastern Congo, or I mean, a border with Rwanda, Gisenyi town.
Yes.
So there is like 1,600 kilometer, 1,600 kilometer is the same. But no one has tried. I have did that one. Yes.
You know, he has conquered it.
What is the road like? Is the road network good?
Oh, no, it's up to border with Zambia and Congo. From Mombasa up to point of Congo. It's a very clean road.
Okay.
On the DRC side, you know, they have river. There's a river.
Okay.
So the border to reach there on the Zambia side, then there's extension. They are exchanging they are doing transshipment.
Okay.
From Zambia to DRC.
Okay.
That's why our border to reach on the other side using boats.
All right. Let me read one last statement as we exit. Star Kenya has continued to say, but the government would rather use its resources to brand Kenya as a country for maids and watchmen, as opposed to listening to such traders who have the capacity to create quality jobs at home. By the way, it's your firm, your company is called Agri-Pop Park, right? I'm sure because
my partners.
Your partners, of course, yes. Where you serve, where you work.
Yes.
You must have a very large workforce. Yeah, because of especially when you're talking about the volumes and the logistics that you have to move. You are creating good
How
employment.
many people do you employ?
Me, I create the platform. The factory has its own.
So when you create the platform, if there's need for more products,
yes.
more people.
Let me finalize.
Yes.
Example, I have list of customers, which is like example like 300.
Right.
List of customers. And now this is an example. They know me. They don't know the factory.
Yes.
So they do orders. Then I give the order to the factory. They receive the money direct to the factory. Then they receive their products from the factory. Yes, like
all right.
that, yeah.
Thank you so much, Aden, Yusuf Aden. We've come to the end of the show. Thank you for the conversation, and of course, you've enlightened Kenyans on some of these opportunities that may exist. You've also made me think now, perhaps I need to think about these routes that are less traveled, and I might get myself some business. But tunasema kwa heri for now. Let's meet tomorrow, Wednesday, bright and early. From myself and CTC, tunataka kuambiaje?
Kwaherini, wapendwa, muwe na siku njema.
Mungu awabariki hadi muparare. Thank you so much, Sada. All right.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie.